Lollygaggers, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. We are about to go through here. I just got back. Woohoo, amazing. I'll put the audio on in just a second. We will join the crew of this intrepid free merchant craft to a very certain job to ensure the proper detonation of all the charges along the blast line. Pave the way for future sustainable space life across the frontier, opening up new resource nodes and localizing trade. Now, we join our crew as they have been awake for some weeks. A slow and plodding journey through the system to get into position. But we are prepared for the first go. Only Labella Grandview and Peter Rex, your officer and engineer respectively, have been up for this last shift ahead of the big run. Now, why did this out the way? Now, all of you are waking up, getting ready, and finding yourselves, or perhaps finding one another. Garuli Through, played here by Matt. Hello, Matt. And by the way, thank you for the sub. Robin D&D, check him out. What do we think? What do you think Garuli Through would be doing? As they're getting ready for their shift. This is the first big spacewalk of being out in space on this run. It's gonna be, probably months of work in space this time, awake before hopping back in the pod.
Oh yeah. So Garuli Through is an investigator through and through. And I'd like to imagine that as he's getting ready for this excursion, he's got plenty of yarn, he's got plenty of thumbtacks, he's got things set up so that in the event that he finds some clues, he'll be able to piece things together in case there's a mystery afoot.
Now,
and there's always a mystery afoot.
Always a mystery afoot. Do we think Garuli has that on his person, or is that set up like in the spaceship somewhere? Or does he have it on him in case he needs to wipe it out at any moment?
So he would normally have them up in like one of the rooms, but if he's in the cryo chamber, he would have set it up inside so that right when he wakes up, he can immediately look at what connections he's made. I can imagine that there's of course, things pertinent to the mission, but also he's suspicious of all of his crew members a little bit, including himself, because you never know.
you truly never know. Garuli, could you, before we get started here, roll me a quick insight to see what we think the total level of your current knowledge gained is?
Let's go.
I real life unicorn. Hello, everyone. DM Chuck. Oh my goodness, you're here. I can stop panicking.
0 successes. We're starting off strong.
Do we think would Garuli stress over that, or would Garuli just feel the pattern is yet to emerge, but has faith it will all come into?
He would stress over that. So I will happily gain an edge.
First all the game, first reach of the game.
And again, no successes.
I bet that makes him very suspicious.
So Garuli, you don't know to trust. You don't know. I mean, your party members. Who's to say? Or truly, Garuli finds himself deep in thought as we go to Miss Diagram, getting ready for her trip. Ven, tell us all about yourself and what you're doing here.
Oh, Ven's been flying ships since before these cats were born. She's positively ancient, mostly just because she's been in cryo half her life. She was born before the Trinity was a thing, and she's pretty damn sure she'll die after it. But that's between her and or that's between the Trinity and the space gods. For her, it's just flying ships, getting them where they go. She thinks she's seen just about everything the galaxy's got to offer, but she's always interested in finding out more.
Absolutely.
She rolls out of bed like she has always done. She gets up, she stretches, she's got to remain limber. You can audibly hear several cracks. It sounds very uncomfortable. She sighs. A few more cracks here and there. Cracks that shouldn't be humanly possible. And yeah, she rolls on out as if her bones are hardly attached to her ligaments and just kind of slides on coolly by. Gives a salute to those who are similarly up. She nods her head respectfully to Oxstep and gives a friendly wave to your triumphant neutral as she makes her way to the pilot's seat.
Okay, you climb up through the gold-plated core of the AI center. You have a Node 4000 here, one of those
Howdy, mother.
newfangled ones. Node says, "Greetings, Ben," and you find your way up to the big fancy seat, where one of the only two people still on shift before you is waiting. Labella Grandview gives you a nod and says, "You have everything all charted out, and we're ready to get going."
Fantastic.
Now,
I don't say this often enough, Grandview, but this seat, this view, why I do what I do. God, I love the stars.
indeed.
Especially from this comfy chair. She pulls out her flask and starts drinking.
She says, "Keep it cool, Ben. You never know what can happen out here."
I always do. Cold as the void outside.
So, Oxstep. OXDEP-17.
That is me.
Describe for us briefly your function.
My primary function at this point is combat. I have other configurations, but at the moment I specialize in rapid unplanned disassembly of biological organisms.
Indeed.
Hence the respectful nod. Make that clear.
It was noted.
So, Oxstep. You don't need to sleep or enter cryo.
I do not.
You've been awake more or less since you existed. Your last low power mode cycle was probably a while ago. But the past few weeks, your ship arrived, the organics were woken up, and you've begun coasting the asteroid belt of this relatively abandoned system. How old do you think Oxstep is?
About like 30,000 repetitions of Die Hard. They watch a lot of action films
Amazing.
in the downtime between other people's wakefulness.
So, you probably, you're old.
It might be older than me. Maybe.
You've been around for a while.
Yes.
Do you think that Oxstep has spent most of its existence, like, spacefaring?
Yes.
You
It
do-
hasn't really been settled in one spot for very long, ever.
You do note that you have entered the Carvon system. You run a back query from your memory logs, and you recall that the Carvon system was most notable for an old spacer's tale. You can't quite be sure that you committed that one to the memory banks, though. Can you make a systems test for me?
I can. Any modifiers?
Give me a modifier of 2 for being an old hand. Ah, yeah.
Oops.
You seem to recall a ship by the name of the Yellow Crane, or the Ghost of Carvon, that was either a pirate or rebel vessel that had battled the human empire and had fled to the Carvon system and reported destroyed. However, decades after the war was supposed to be over, there were reports of its IFF signal being broadcast and reaching listening posts around this system. I mean, it would have taken a very fucking long time to reach, but it does imply it survived the war. Now it's just an old spacer's tale. But that's the only thing that comes to mind. Otherwise, this place has like less than 100 people living on one of its planets, and they are all temporary residents working a job. This place is going to be a asteroid mining center soon, trademark for the Trinity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, other than that, how would you be getting hyped for the job? You're gonna blow up rocks.
Is there any appropriately themed action media involving explosions, spaceships, and asteroid mining?
Yes, there is actually one called BLASTLINE, and it is about a scrappy group of miners who rebel against the human empire and use their detonation charges to actually blow up a massive spheroid death station capable of destroying planets. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, the fan wiki for this is now very, very well indexed.
Absolutely. I shudder to think of the talk pages. So, last but far from least, cheer, triumph, neutral. You awaken in a bunk with your scheduled appointment here aboard a vessel for some months. And
I think actually this one is an adventure that they chose. They did their research and they figured something was
something's gonna
interesting about this. So they're pretty happy to wake up and see what that's going to be. There's been some weird press releases lately, let's just say. So they get up. They don't currently need a spacesuit.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. Yep. They just check on, do that sort of like inventorying of their medical equipment, which is pretty standard for the beginning of a mission. And then they go find OXTEC-17 to discuss which, if we're doing a spacewalk, which robot arms on the outside of the spaceship are going to be in proximity to where people are going to fall off.
Alright, yeah, you head up to the bridge where you saw Oxstep go. Everyone makes their way to the bridge, more or less, at some point. Around this time, Labella gets on the con and says, "Shh, you can join us on the bridge. We're about to go with the final briefing." And Skeeter calls back, "Shh, just a minute." You hear an audible banging in the back. The door opens up and you see Skeeter, who casts a somewhat indignant look at the whiteboard. Being that it is, of course, it's here with us. It'll be here with us if I can manage to move my drawing a little bit. The whiteboard is with us in spirit. I will recreate it. So, your face hurts from green? I'm glad. Garula, you note Skeeter does not seem to be looking approvingly at the whiteboard. He gives as if though he's about to spit, but then refrains. Labella gives him a glare and he says, "Present." Labella says, "Alright, everyone. So, as you're aware, our job is to use these mining drones and the placed explosives to blow free and carve the foundations for the new asteroid bases. They're going to be used as vital points of resupply and stockpiling by the Trinity in this system. These are going to be the cornerstone of further operations in the system, including eventual gathering from the gas giant and other terrestrial operations. Now then, subsection A of Protocol X1C indicates that we need to make sure all of our biosigns are logged with the computer. Labella goes through a series of protocols. They are all equally dry. They involve being sure that your retinal scans and fingerprints are all logged, and going over the safety procedures for the equipment. Peter seems bored by this, saying several times, "I already did that. I already know that." How would you all take this in?
I'm a skater on this one. What a snooze fest.
Indeed.
That makes one of us. I am given to understand there will be explosions.
All in due time.
True Triumph is cheerfully participating. This is very normal. It's every other adventure for them.
Does Oxtep say there will be explosions?
Yes.
And Labella says, correct. OXDEP-717. There will be explosions when we reach the blast line. We have 3 to detonate. And we need to make sure that we do a sharp job, so there will be some shaping called for ahead of time. Holographic images of the asteroids come up, and you see a diagram of your 2 drones being piloted to the asteroid a bit, and then boop, 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 beep. A fangirl of you.
Are you sure we cannot use more explosions?
Labella says, those charges have the force necessary to level Ichthus Station, to blow Ichthus Station out from within. How much more do you want?
Wow.
Not a number. I'm sorry, I could not return a reasonable response.
Yeah, Ven, by the way, you note that you left your lucky hangover drop bottle taped underneath the piloting chair, and you find a single pill of drop there.
Oh,
Vanguard review.
I'm gonna need that.
Garuli. You're taking it in. Labella, she seems very protocol oriented. He is the officer responsible for this operation. Skeeter, the engineer, seems a little bit more lax about protocol. Almost like he doesn't want to be here in the bridge right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Can I slide on next to Skeeter and
Yes.
just it'd be a casual like, so Skeeter, what's the word?
Are you actively holding the whiteboard at this time, or is it away?
Oh, I'll hold it. I'll still hold it and just pretend to be casual.
He looks at it like slightly disdainfully and says, "Well, the reactor hasn't been too talkative, and we've only got light speed communication with the planet. Looks like they're busy having themselves a chess tournament. There never much was one for chess, but I suppose if you're just 90 people in a shake and bake bunker on an unhospitable rock, you might find yourself a slow hobby.
Right.
That's Carbon 5 for you. Peak of civilizations."
Okay. As far as these plans go, Skeeter, do you think everything seems on the up and up?
He cocks a brow at you as if it were a question. Says, "What's everything up and up? This is a squeaky clean Trinity job. We even got the new mother node in. Don't see what anybody would have to gain doing anything suspicious out here, though it is the pass into nowhere. That's conveniently near several other locations, and one of those weird, and more the alleyway of nowhere, if you think about it in space terms." Labella looks at both of you as though, are you done? We have a job to get to here. And Skeeter's like, "Oh, sorry, Garuli, we'll catch up later."
Yeah.
He kind of gives Labella a look, and Labella says, Skeeter, I understand that you're far from your home on Freelandia, but... And Skeeter says, we don't need to get into all that. Labella says, indeed. Now then. And points to the map. You guys see your vessel. You also see digital representations of your 2 mining drones in the bay. There are 3 blast lines, and they've been accounted for. Blast line 1 is nearby. You're going to have to enter a tight section of the belt, although, you know, there's many kilometers between these, so tight is relative. And check the state of the charges, ensure they're all good to go, and then touch them off.
Piece of cake.
Yeah. So,
You'll hardly even need me.
We need you for moral support.
Absolutely.
I do not believe cake is comprised of volatile molecules that will end in explosions.
Hopefully not. But we have
Cake
to
is
be sure.
stardust.
This maybe might, though the concept is
He's just
intriguing.
Creating more.
yeah.
I would like to go grocery shopping now.
We're
Feel
not.
free to step outside. Plenty
Okay.
of groceries.
Hugh says, I don't think there's a supermarché out here.
When next we land, I would like to create an exploding cake.
I'd like to be absent when that cake is presented. I think.
So Labella, gives you the order and says, "Ven, bring us in."
Aye, aye.
Now then, on the matter of piloting the 2 mining drones, she turns to the group. Who will be piloting mining drone number 1? I'm pulling up your credentials now, and do any of you have a high level of operation, or a decent level? A decent level of systems or operation?
I am okay at operation.
All right.
I'd say Garuli, Garuli hasn't done a lot as far as focusing in on systems, but has, I guess, pieced 2 and 2 together in a lot of things enough that he would be able to do a decent job at it, just because of his cognitive abilities.
Yeah. So she looks over it and she says, it seems like the node is suggesting Ox Step 17 and Garuli through. Very well then. Then brings you between massive churning rocks. And you see amidst the gold, silver, red glitter of various metals and dusted caked on along these things and pure ice asteroids, you see a gleaming hunk of rock. And you see, studded around its sides, deeply embedded charges, the size of small buildings. We have visual on the first blast line. Now, we're going to come in nice and easy. And as the vessel approaches, there's a beep, 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 beep. And Labella examines the readout. You're all on the bridge. If you want to, you could give me a systems test to also examine it, but she seems to be doing it.
I'll give it that a go. Why not?
Alright, so it looks like the charges are all in place as expected, and the asteroid's rotation is presently acceptable, minus some nearby rocks. There is risk if during the explosion, the velocity of the exploded bits could change unacceptably and create a chain effect if not dealt with. And she looks at this, and she says, it looks like... And Ven, you would know in addition to that, that it looks like the charges... there's something slightly off about the electromagnetic field they're giving off. Sort of thing that you might miss if you weren't looking closely. And she says, well, it looks like the charges are all good, but we're going to need to clear some of those rocks.
I agree. And Grandview, maybe come over here and take a look at this. Can't say I could have helped myself, but to check out what we're dealing with here. And actually, and I turn to our resident inspector. Garuli, you want to take a look at this too? Looks like these readings are a little futzy.
A little suspicious, you might say.
Well, I'd say futzy, but sure, that works too.
You said,
Localism.
I'll
The
be...
readings are clear.
I'll be in the reactor. And he heads back.
That guy, always in the reactor.
Right. Consistent.
Cheer Triumph is going to sort of move over to look over their very shoulders.
I mean, this stuff is displayed on the holo table, so if you guys want to look at this stuff, you don't really have to move. But
I'm relaxing in my big
you could hop up and look over the shoulder. Labella overlooks it and says, well,
that one right there.
astral radiation could account for a variance in the EMF fields, but I'm going to want a close-up inspection of those charges before we touch it off. This could be a sign of something. Regardless, we're going to have to take out those exterior rocks first.
Gotta happen one way or another, I suppose.
Yeah, so here's a question for you, friends. Garuli and Oxstep, do you guys take over the piloting of the drones?
I have a firing solution ready to go.
Excellent.
Yeah. I mean, I'll definitely follow in behind because it does seem like Oxstep 17 is very, very excited for some explosions.
And Garuli, when you look at this, are you focused just on the data, or are you focused on how people are reacting to the data?
I'd say, initially it was about everyone's reaction, but after Ven pointed it out, then it's like, okay, let's see how does this connect to that, and does this seem normal? Does it seem too normal?
Yeah, give me an insight.
All right. Oh snap! 3 successes.
Okay, so I'm going to let you twist to focus on certain characters' reaction, but your general take is that Labella seems to be paying a lot of attention to whatever Ven is pointing out, and Skeeter seems to be not really paying attention. The rest of the party seems, relatively neutral. Who do you want to drill down on? You got 2 twists to spend here.
Okay, I want to drill down on Labella.
Alright, so Labella does seem to be looking at this. She doesn't seem to be surprised by the information. There's not a genuine, oh, I've been shown something unexpected. There's just a look, nod of acknowledgement, and then rattling off more or less, protocol, but also we'll do that later. Hey, Veronique.
Okay.
So you got 1 more twist. What do you want to spend it on? Or I'll say this: you could spend the twist on people, or you could spend the twist on the circumstance of the. So what are you going with? You going with the circumstance or the people?
I'll go with the circumstance, just to see, is it normal for Labella to think of this as being just par for the course? Or...
Yeah, so this is kind of par for the course. So these got planted 8 months ago. by the survey ship that picked them. Because the surveying and mining happening at the same time saves time. It means you don't have to deploy the mines yourselves. You only have to touch them off and touch it up. So it's not unusual that in that time, there's no atmosphere here. There's nothing to protect it from radiation. It's just the void.
Okay.
But it's not super common. Also, the radiation solution explanation isn't the only explanation. It's worth considering. The EMF readings are frayed. They're not as reliable as you'd expect. That suggests a degree of unreliability or change, or maybe being jostled. It can be a sign of a failing power unit. But it seems to be affecting all of them equally, and the odds of that degradation happening in tandem are not great unless they were all from a defective batch.
Okay. In that case, Garuli is going to go to OXDEP-17 and say, when you fly out there, just be careful. Something that doesn't feel right.
How does Oxstep respond to this ominous warning?
I'm sorry, I was distracted by home stuff going on around me.
Probably.
Diegetic home stuff is watching explosions on the internet.
Yeah, absolutely. I was distracted by simulations of explosions.
Understandable.
Mostly meat explosions. Quite delightful.
All right. That's consistent. Just be careful flying that drone out there. There's some coincidences. You can never be too
Coincidences.
careful.
Is it the ghost ship? I would love to fight a ghost ship.
Ghost ship. And Garuli is gonna go over to his board and just start moving all his yarns around.
Yeah.
Fuck. You said the trigger word.
Yeah. Labella, rolls her eyes and says, "There's no use in old spacers' tales. I will note we have several dangers to go on from Vincent. Is Garuli, then Cheer, and Oxstep. Okay, all of you. All of you have a spot of good luck. The rocks that you have to push out of the way seem to be slightly drifting in the right way anyway. All you need to do is give it a little bit more of a boost. So, and
Can I eat it?
the dangers to go alone for Cheer Triumph is you managed to find an extra medikit
Excellent.
that has been stored away, and then you note that it looks like this asteroid belt's main consistencies are slightly inconsistent with the age of the star and what one would expect. And you can probably fire upon if you you see some of these asteroids have such a composition that if you were to splazer them, they would probably react with a rather severe reaction.
Splazering is a technical term after all.
Of course.
Well, it's definitely.
Meanwhile, the mining drones, both of you guys are getting modifiers of 2 on this, but Oxstep and Garuli. Give me either an operate or a systems to bring your mining drone into position.
Oh
As you sit
no.
down at your drone control console.
You said
Oh, no.
Mod 2?
Mod 2. Oh, Oxstep. I will note, you can spend your shipboard's AI's processing on this, and it has 4 processing. If you want to ask, if you want to ask
I'll
Mommy.
spend one to push it. I'll ask Mommy. As a
Uh,
machine, she is especially in tune with me, or I'm in tune with her, or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Mommy, can you please explode that for me?
Mommy,
is it-
explode.
they
Yeah.
say yes, dear. Spend it
Sick.
processing, and you get a. Oh yeah, you get a super twist on this come in. Garulu, you manage
Yeah!
a competent approach. So you may make either a mechanics or a ballistics test for this. Modifier Garuli for you is 1. Modifier for you, Oxstep, is 3. With these rocks.
Pew pew pew.
While Garuli through is messing around with his whiteboard,
Mm-hmm.
and obviously conspiring, Cheer Triumph Neutral will come over to look at it out of curiosity, and then lean forward and quietly say, like, actually turn down their translator. Are you here because of the waivers that applied to?
I'm not sure.
They missed more tests than they should have. I heard. I thought
Oh,
that's why you were here. I've heard of your work.
you have?
Yeah.
What? Oh my gosh. Well, thank you. It's nice to meet a fan.
Yeah. So why are you here?
Wow.
What have you got? What's making this interesting?
Here's the thing. I've been suspecting Ghost Ship for years. But every time people keep pushing it away, but now I think I have confirmation. Look, if you connect this, the asteroid, the electromagnetic field, where we are right now, the time, the date, the tea I'm drinking, everything connects to Ghost Ship.
They'll pull up their slate, open a couple folders, and then send Caroli through like some really weird, obscure news items to add to his collection that have to do with ghost ships. Maybe if you squint the right way. Yeah, you know, okay, ghost ship.
Where did you find these?
Yeah, sources.
Right. Let me print these out so I can put them on my board.
Okay.
Ghost ship.
Yes.
I like to think that Ven can hear all this and she's just choosing to ignore it.
Yeah, the bell is definitely like at this point paced away to not hear it all. But
I feel like the acoustics of the bridge are such that it doesn't matter how the translator is tuned; it still echoes.
yeah. So
Yes.
you guys managed to clear out several rocks that go whoosh as your lasers and kinetic impactors blaze and push them. The cool dark void accepts them as they trundle away to the vanishing point. And the bell announces all secondary collision concerns have been removed. Now then, as protocol officer, I'm logging that at 0200 hours then indicated a electromagnetic field irregularity with these charges. As such, I am authorizing an away mission to verify the integrity of the mines.
Way mission sounds like leaving the ship.
Captain, I volunteer.
And Labella says, understood.
May I call dibs on the ghost ship?
Labella sighs and says, I am afraid dibs are not recognized in our ship's charter, Cockstep.
Oh, thank goodness.
Amazing.
And Labella sighs heavily and says, alright, then, you're going to pilot in one of the drones. They have railings to hold on to for miners and prospectors. Cheer Triumph Neutral. I want a medic on site in case anything happens. And Garuli,
Yes.
you're an investigative sort. I want you to go down there and poke around, see if anything's amiss.
I'm on it.
She gets on the comms and says, Skeeter. Skeeter, yeah. There's an away mission, and we will be needing you. So, Engineer Rex, if you could report to the bay, and he said on the way. So, your ship is equipped with 2 shuttle ports. However, you have not brought 2 shuttles. You have brought mostly drones. You do have a single shuttle for simple transit, but it's not much to speak of.
As a robot, may I interface with the drone directly and pilot it from
Yeah.
on top of the drone?
Yeah, you can. You can jack into it either here or there, and you can commit processing towards the control of the drone.
Marvelous.
Yes. So, basically, it'll get to move a bit more if you have a processing committed, but if it gets destroyed, you lose that processing.
Oh,
And
okay.
committing, it's not spending, it's just you give it for a time and you can take it back.
Okay.
Yeah, but you don't effectively have it with you if, say, you want to spend it until you've taken it back.
Easy. Yes.
Alright, so are you going to propose that you do that, or are you just gonna, knowing what Labella has just said, wait until you get out there and then jack yourself into the drone?
I'm gonna land the drone back in the shuttle bay, and I assume we've done this before. Like, we've probably done something where we've had to, like,
Hmm.
fuck with an asteroid before,
Yeah.
and yeah. No, honestly, it was probably even last job. It's just too useful to have a robot.
Certainly not my
can-
first rodeo.
Alright, so
You have been to a rodeo.
It's an expression.
What was it like? Oh,
you head to the cargo bay.
It was like an expression.
And the drone docks, and you guys are prepared to head out. You suit up, those of you who are organic, into your Trinity standard spacesuits. And Ven, for the moment, is remotely controlling one of the drones, although that's about to stop. When Oxstep climbs down into the chamber and jacks its dongle in.
Oh,
yes.
You see, assuming direct control, and you see that Oxstep seems to be controlling it.
Well, that's fine and dandy. So I'm not needed to pilot the shuttle in?
And
No,
Labella
why
says,
would you be needed to pilot the shuttle?
Labella says, "What? We're sticking to the protocol here, Oxstep."
But I can so easily insert myself into this drone.
Oh, let it have some fun.
He sighs and says, "Very well." So yeah, and do you commit the one processing to be able to like pilot it more effortlessly?
I would love to.
All right, so
Yes.
it basically gets its own action economy, if that were to be a thing that you cared about. You guys are loaded onto this heavy mining drone, lasers and kinetic bashers in the front. There are railings, more or less, to hold on to, and you activate your magnetic boots at the railings as there's a thrust in space around you. You see a rock and bleeping red lights. You approach one of the charges, and Oxstep effortlessly brings you within an easy landing. There's not quite gravity on this asteroid, although there's a base attraction towards it. And so you need to come in low. The dark bands represent just sort of like, you're beginning to step off this horizon line of the asteroid, because it's like a wonky ridge. It's not a planet of its own. And yeah, as you come down and you drop, Ven, you're in the cockpit. And Labella says, should keep a safe distance.
Mm-hmm.
Define.
Got it.
She doesn't say that over the comm. She says that to Ven personally.
Oh, okay.
You're not worried about that thing going off right now, are you?
He says, protocol indicates that an irregularity like EMF fluctuations could be a sign of secondary of irregularities. We don't know what that
Do I need
entails.
to throw? Oh, sorry.
Well, why'd you okay an away mission if you're concerned about that thing? Shouldn't we have just had the drones look at that?
The
Or are
drones
you
won't...
trying to get rid of Skeeter? Because honestly, no hard feelings there.
She looks at you and says, I'm not trying to get rid of anyone. I just want to be prepared for every eventuality. The drones can't make the full assessment on their own. The other one is around making a survey. We'll need to rely on the away mission to take care of whatever they find at the charge site. Besides, if anything goes south, they can speed away on their drone. We need to be at a safe distance in case that does happen to retrieve them.
Alright.
Oxtep,
No worries.
and the crew, you all drop off. You are on a strange rock, and there is no real gravity. Your magnetic boots cannot work because there isn't necessarily ferromagnetic material in dense enough quality. So you are
okay.
moon hopping around.
My feet are grippy.
Everybody who would like to leave from this, initial drop site any great distance, go ahead and give me a maneuver test. The charge is here, the rigid surface of the asteroid all around you. Alright, Oxtep, I'm assuming you're heading for the charge.
I am heading for the charge.
Yeah.
Charging in, as it were.
Nice. And, Skeeter also makes his waddle in.
Great.
So, the charge is in place. Oxtep, you can directly interface with the port to pipe a more or less BIOS screen out to everybody's headset comm.
I shove it in.
And yeah, you get full recognition of your codes. You guys hear Oxtep, the magnetic clunk as Oxtep jacks in, and the charges, red blinking lights, remain as red and blinking as they were before. You guys all see a slur of data coming across, and that's a funny word of saying that, isn't it? A slurry of data coming across, and you see it filter out, and you see a more or less it looks like the charge is operating just fine, although in its operational logs, this is immediately obvious. There does seem to be a date where it's hit with a bit of an irregularity.
What is the date? How long ago was it?
It was about 6 months ago. And this was planted about 8 months ago.
Okay.
That's
I
not
relay
right.
that data, yes.
Yeah, the power fluctuation is all within nominal levels, and you find, well, anyone could make a mechanics or systems to assess it physically or digitally to tell, and
I'll
maybe
do a
find
little
more.
tweaking
Yeah,
with
and you
my systems. I mean,
you could give me a scrutiny to look physically around if you wanted.
Yeah. Garuli would love to physically look around. I do have the investigator talent, which allows for a +3 to scrutiny test to figure out what happened in my present location. Tracks, signs of struggle, various other forensic details that can be observed with just the naked eye or whatever's on me.
That is absolutely an applicable circumstance. You get that modifier of 3.
Sick.
Then you succeed. Do you want to twist into gaining a better understanding of these charges if you have to interface with them later, or a deeper understanding of the nature of the aberration?
I'm gonna go ahead and make that practical and say, advantage next time I have to engage with this.
You gain a modifier of 1 the next time that you engage with these charges. Ven and Cheer, you both know it looks like there was some sort of pulse that washed over most of the asteroid. The only weird thing is that the charges that ring it, the whole blast line, was affected more or less the same amount, although those facing the star were slightly more so. So it is explicable.
Dear Triumph carefully makes notes in their slate about that.
Oxstep, are you more interested in learning about how to touch off this bomb and gain benefits to doing that in the future, or in the particulars of any aberrational stuff that comes up?
I am curious in who touched my dirty bomb.
Yeah, so the mine shows some signs of receiving. So there is an internal, there's a physical recognition system alongside the digital recognition system to prevent remote tampering, and it more or less looks like a mini tumblered spinning lock. You pop open the hatch, you move some stuff around, you cyber eye in, and there has been, like, imagine like a breaker getting bumped, you know what I mean? Like a small, delicate thing that, by virtue of the ground shaking or whatever, something pops. Which could be explained via an impact nearby. It could be explained via the radiation of space, just getting to it, some space weather.
And yet, those likelihoods seem low in the face of ghost ship.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So, Garuli, you look around. I'm assuming you're twisting just to look as good as you can, get the thoroughest look you can. This is about speed, this is about power.
Right.
So you're looking around. Yeah, you see something shiny lodged between two of these outcroppings of rock. Oh, water the lead, thank you. Do you wanna go give it a look?
Oh yeah.
You did a fine
if
job
I
maneuvering
can, I'd like
earlier.
to pull it out if possible.
Okay, you can come up. It is wedged a little high for you. You're gonna have to climb up onto this rock. Want to give me a maneuver test?
Yes.
Could I give him a boost instead?
Yeah, you all do witness Garuli decide that climbing a rock would be a good idea right now. You can go give him a boost.
Yeah.
Great.
Fuck that. I'm gonna give you a boost.
All right, so I would say with the boost, I'm gonna give you a concept success there. You stand on Oxstep's shoulders. There's the metal. You grab it. It looks like a metal rod that has been slightly warped, and it looks like a girder that would go in a it should be attached to a girder that goes in a spaceship. These are also the sorts of things you'd find on the exteriors of some drones.
I'd like to take that down and bring it over to Ven.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you recognize?
I assume you're
What kind of?
Should we hold this up to the camera of the drone?
Yeah, what kind of ship this might belong to?
Let me give that a look-see.
Then
unless
unless there's a serial number somewhere on that thing, that's going to be impossible. It's like picking up a piece of random metal plumbing pipe and trying to indicate it. It looks unless there's something.
I can probably figure out something about it.
Yeah, unless there's something unique about it, such as what is endured or its particular composition. But there's definitely no ready explanation for why it's here. This asteroid belt isn't supposed to be trafficked.
Okay. Could I maybe do systems or it's
Yeah.
probably scrutiny, right?
You can give
To-
systems. You could, if you wanna like have like like run through the database in the system, or have the sensors on the drone. Okay, the sensors on the drone do throw this up. It was made with a substandard polycarbonate.
So most frontier ships.
Well, it definitely wasn't up to Trinity code.
So most frontier ships.
But it's worth
Except for
noting.
Disputing.
It's worth noting that the particular mix of this polycarb is probably either like Human Empire Megacore. Like it's definitely, there's a greed factor here, right? This is putting out a theoretically sturdy, but actually you're saving a few pennies every time kind of product.
I get back on the comms and I say, whatever ship this came from was made of fucking cardboard. And the only motherfuckers out there that made ships with cardboard was the Human Empire. Or, a couple of the rest, but not this kind of ship. I think this is one of them old Johns. Been around a few, I might have flown something like this back in the day.
That is consistent with what we know of the ghost ship.
Skier says,
Keep
well,
mentioning that ghost ship. I'm I'm gonna be half impressed if it does show up.
listen, y'all. We got the mine set up. We gotta touch these off and get out of here. It's good. Just a little fluctuation. We couldn't find anything. As for that rod, he points. Could have come off anything. Chips, drones, and yeah, I mean, it's no secret that few RAS companies used to make their rounds through here. I mean, it is the frontier. No station to spot them.
Hey, Grandview, got a question for you about protocol and nonsense like that.
And Labella
We
says,
can,
protocol doesn't involve unsourced speculation about RAS Megacorp's involvements. But yes, continue.
I just said it could have been from anyway. My question's about overtime. You see, we making more for dawdling, or we got a job to do?
She says, we are going to be compensated for time spent, but primarily for work done.
That's what I thought. All right, everybody, head on back in. Got a thing to blow up.
Aren't you gonna run a diagnostic?
Oh
Where's
shit,
the
sure.
change?
Yeah. So you guys run the diagnostics on all of these, and the drone scouts it out. Wait, what are you running the diagnostic on in particular?
Wait, yeah.
Trace what?
Probably the
Might-
bomb,
might
the
have-
one that has
Yeah, the bomb is good.
discrepancies.
The bomb is good to go. There's a sign of like something kind of like odd about them, but the most likely explanation is literally just got hit by a solar storm.
Lee, that systems check is to determine will it blow up still.
Yes, it will absolutely still
Hell yeah.
detonate. So you guys go back to your ship. And
Mission accomplished.
as you peel out, there is a moment, and the bell says, "All right, counting down, 3, 2, 1," and Oxstep, you feel a certain magic in your circuits as you see the blast line absolutely decapitate this rock, and there is now like a central, roughly octagonal pillar surrounded by just like dust and echoes as they rocket out, and the asteroid itself is propelled into a tight stream that maintains its positionality with the asteroid belt and will not be taking it out of orbit around the star.
Oh,
All right, that's one more base. Looks like we had a clean blast. In fact, I don't think
beautiful explosion, beautiful math, beautiful execution. Oh my gosh.
there's nothing left to touch up here. So both the drones are inside. It's time to get going. Anders and redeemed the water. Lee, thank you so much for watering me so well.
I'm with you on that one, Oxtep. I love watching
Um,
that sort of shit.
Captain, can we do an active ping of the area? I would like to see if there is a ghost ship.
Labella seems so. You come back into the bridge. I'm assuming you propose that.
Yes.
Okay, you come back into the bridge, and she gives you a look and kind of like looks askance and says, "We don't have any reason to be sending a scan right now, but did you see anything that would indicate there would be a ship out there?"
There were discrepancies in the log.
All right,
And everyone knows ghost ships do not show up on passive scans. Obviously. I roll.
She kind of like chews her lip. Skeeter is by this time headed back to Repulsion, and so she says, "Well, as protocol officer, given that we have some indication of unexpected artifacts, I will allow it." And she nods to the systems console.
Gasp.
Is that my job?
I'm assuming you reclaim your committed processing from the drone. Go back up to
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Cheer, Triumph, Neutral, and Garuli. As you're witnessing this happen, what are you guys interested in? Are you piecing out? Are you staying here? Are you watching? Do you wanna see how the scan goes? Are you maybe trying to figure out more about Ghost Ship?
Yeah, we're exchanging data.
Sure. Both of you make me a
Sanity save.
your choice of a systems or scrutiny test. Oxstep.
Yes.
Do you want to do the scan yourself, or are you just waiting for someone to scan?
I would love to do the scan myself.
Roll a systems test.
Should I give you scrutiny?
Yeah.
Game Master, I got a ping.
So you, what you get is a fairly definitive answer that there are no ships in this area.
Oh.
Bummer.
LaBella
You win some, you
says,
lose some.
see, whatever has happened is old news. So, then, so Oxstep, you get a ping, you don't find anything. Cheer, Triumph, Neutral, you find no new information. Garuli.
Sheer Triumph is, I think, just too, like, they don't usually admit to other people that they're aware of deeper things going on, and so there's this sort of hesitancy, and I think that they're missing connections because of that. They're like, oh my god, I'm interacting with this micro celebrity. This is amazing.
Garuli, you're pulling the strings around the board, and you're trying to figure it out. You're asking yourself, what could the situation be that would result in this configuration? And then it occurs to you. Chamomile. If you spell out chamomile, it has two L's in it. The L is a letter which, when made capital, forms the basis of a triangle. Now, if you overlay two triangles over the triangle formed by the three blast lines and eliminate the first line, as you have done by removing blast line 1, what you have is two astral L's formed in three different potential ways. This leads you to believe that it is suspicious that one of the only official logs of this vessel ever docking that's left is one trip to New Neo-Roanoke after the Human Empire had already been run off in the disastrous Second Battle of New Neo-Roanoke, and Admiral Marsh's first retreat.
That
So,
lunatic.
yeah, one thing that you note, though, is that the letter L occurs twice. LLC. Limited Liability Corporation. For some reason, the rest of the log around the transactions on the planet has been obfuscated. That rather implies the Yellow Crane was doing business with a company in Rebel territory.
Okay. Okay.
This
Do I
adds
know
a-
very much about the Yellow Crane?
So the Yellow Crane, it's the ghost of Carvon. You know the stories. You know broadly that is the ghost of Carvon, and that it's assumed to be a pirate or a rebel ship that was fighting the human empire and wound up here for some reason.
Okay. Okay.
And the last known pings off its IFF were it actively transponding its position from in the system, and they were picked up decades later from listening posts.
Can I? Okay, I would like to do like probably go over to Ven and say, can you distract Labella for a moment?
Let me give you a knowing wink. Hey, so once you're moved out of the way, hey, Labella, mind coming over here and taking a look at this? I pull up some of the documents from the explosion. Now, I might just be misremembering things, but wasn't that explosion supposed to be a little bit more controlled? I mean, look at the and I start pulling up stuff,
She
and I'm
looks
really
at it,
insistent that
and
she comes over. And
she's got her
points
hands
and
behind her
stuff
back,
out.
and she's staring at the parabolic arcs as if to say, and.
I mean, that one little rock almost shot on over here. Wasn't it supposed to be trajectory-wise directed in that one specific location?
So gruely.
Pointing out on the map.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah. While that's happening, I would like to collect both Cheer Triumph Neutral and Oxstep 17, and we do like a little huddle. And I'd like to present this information specifically about the LLC, the Yellow Crane, and I would say that Garuli has just this childlike wonder in his voice as he's like, "It's all adding up. You were right. You were right." Just like pointing to each of you. You were right. We got this.
Your triumph begins smelling differently, and it is the smell of triumph.
Amazing.
Normally
Sweet,
they're
sweet
cheer or
smell.
neutral, but right now,
They're trying.
They
Oxstep.
grow up so fast.
Oxstep, you look out into a bleak black void with no pings and the ghost eluding you. You feel a blue color in your circuits.
No.
Yeah, so Garuli and Cheer, you collaborate. Is that during the distraction? Do you make any other move?
No, don't want to make it too obvious. Just like a quick morale boost.
All right. So when this is all said and done, Labella says, "All right, everyone. I don't want anyone to be alarmed by this, but I will just point out that we have had one unexpected circumstance so far. Let's keep on our toes and keep it to the by of the books." And she punches in the next direction, and Ven, it is going to take you a week to reach the next blast line.
All right.
Everyone, you have some time on your hands. You are traveling some distance. Your edge goes down to 0 if you gained any edge. There's the living quarter, there is the eating quarter, and Labella largely keeps to herself when she is not on the bridge. Skeeter is mostly in the kitchen or the entertainment zone. What do you guys do in the intervening week? Is there anything that you try and plumb your data vaults for? Do you attempt to communicate with Carvon 4?
Mostly I play violent video games,
Nice.
and explore conspiracy forums.
Nice. Now, what kind of conspiracies are you looking for?
Ghost ships. I had this robbed from me. I will find another.
Sorry, round 5. Yeah, so the ghost ships, a lot of people say, ooh, that's a Rast stealth ship sighting. And people are like, well, officially, Rast stealth ships don't exist. And someone was like, oh, well, officially, blah, 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 blah. But there are also just mentions of, like, anomalous circumstances. You do, over the course of the week, come across one interesting theory. It points out that there was no reason to actively pulse their IFF. However, during the war, some corporations did laden IFF broadcasts with additional signals that would not necessarily be picked out. And one such person claims to have run a cross-reference of data and found what would appear to be a code. But nobody can quite confirm what it is. You give me a systems test if you want to try and figure out what it is.
I would love to figure out this code. I'm gonna spend a processing point. I really want this code. Yes. Oh, I forgot to add one. Whatever.
So here's what happens. So you don't add anything, you're just going down.
That's right.
You're processing. Oxstep. You recognize something that rings true to your corpora. It's a Fenrir core code. In particular, it's a stand down. If you... This has... Basically, if a Fenrir core agent had subverted a ship and they knew they were going to come under fire, they would add this to the, like, you know, messages being put out, and it would default them to friendly on IFF.
I would like to subvert our own ship so that it does so.
Certainly. The problem is,
I will do.
You need to actively... So, transponders can be set to 2 modes. Passive, which is, I wait until someone pings me and then I pong back. And passive, and active, which means I am screeching into the void. Hello, 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 here I am, here I am, here I am. Now, there's no reason not to be on active for your current mission, but that's not how it's set up right now. Do you want to... And it will be noticeable. Like, it would be difficult for Labella or Ven to not notice.
We are a civilian ship. Thus, wouldn't we be required to...
You're required to have your transponder...
Put our transponder on.
You are required to have your transponder in, no matter what. And you get constantly pinged by, like, stations and satellites and the like, right? And anybody who runs into you.
Yeah.
But you are not compelled to put it on active.
Okay.
It's basically the difference between, like, you know, having a license plate and yelling, "Hey, over here, my license plate number is XY243."
Yeah. Like, in theory, you should have gotten back a transponder code of anybody who was in the area when you pinged. Unless they had theirs out.
Unless they were a ghost ship, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, for now, I think I'm just gonna surreptitiously adjust our transponder code to when pinged, put out this Fenrir friendly signal. If I could.
Sure. So, Labella spends most of her time when she's off shift out of the bridge, keeping to herself. So, there's several occasions where, you know, like, Ven is distracted and Labella's out, where you could just jack in and quickly patch it in there.
Could I ask Mother to do it?
Yeah, so...
I'm obviously Mommy's favorite.
Yeah, so the Node 5000 unit, Harmony, says, query, why would we add additional data to our broadcast?
Ghost ship. It is probably out there. It is consistent with the data.
This unit
And-
speculates on the presence of the ghost ship and suggests a 12.5% chance that the remains of the vessel are still within the system. Assuming it did become inactive here.
That is 1 in 8. That is a very high chance.
And you believe that there's a connection
Us.
between the Yellow Crane and Fenrir Core?
Yes. I sent her screenshots of the forum post.
I see. I have taken this data into consideration. Given you are a member of the crew, and this is not an action that should adversely affect the ship, I will take it. And the next time you get pinged, you're gonna put out a little extra squelch.
Yes!
So, in that time, do you inform Garuli or Cheer of what you've learned, Oxtep?
I don't believe that's necessary.
All right, Garuli and Cheer, you conspiring. Ven, I'm assuming that you're not in conspiracy theory hour.
True, but I will say, because I'm probably not going to be involved in whatever Scooby-Doo shenanigans occur, that Ven has a hobby. Ven really likes her comfy chair, right?
Mm-hmm.
But aside from obviously working up a sweat in the gym, which she does quite frequently,
Oh no, we're losing her. Pat, can you hear us?
it's a bit of
More
a hobby
machine now than
of
woman.
creating constellation. That's a bummer. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sorry, my internet said it was futzy for a minute. Ven has a hobby of creating constellations. She has a fascination with the stars, and every time she goes to a new system, she prints out a 3D. She doesn't print it out, but she gets up a 3D model of the location of the stars from her ship at point of entry, and then she spends time like a collector might watching their new toys, or like somebody who paints miniatures might spend hours painting miniatures. She spends hours creating lines and coming up with interesting stories for these figures that she puts into the stars, and she uploads them to the web when she gets to new systems. She's done this for a very long time. Every system she goes to. And she knows that she's not the only one who does this necessarily, but she's got a little collection of constellations, and she's working on making constellations of this system too.
Nice. They're saved to a folder called Ven's Diagrams.
They are.
Cerulean Cheer. You find one space evening as you are about to approach the second blast zone. You have timed one another, and you have all the data you have collected. What do you do with it? What do you say? How do you conspire at this moment?
I think we're conspiring about what we're gonna put on the conspiracy forums.
Yes!
Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah.
All right, so
But what are we gonna do about this? How do we prevent the next disaster?
Can we also spend some time pranking the captain?
yes.
Excellent. And the pilot. I want to make some surreptitious adjustments to the seat while she's asleep.
Amazing.
Yes.
Diabolical.
Also, Cheer Triumph will be checking the mining version of LinkedIn, see if they've been mentioned lately, and they're probably disappointed, but just more determined next time.
Important note: if you'd like to prank the captain or the officer, how do you do so? Also,
I think Cheer Triumph wants to create a oh god, like a vial of the Mirai scent for surprise and put it in the shack head.
Oh my god.
Also, her door is getting caulked shut at least once.
All right. She's a little. She's a little in the bunks with you, but you managed to caulk an airlock that she's trying to get through. So yeah, the captain's nerves are a little frayed. Those of you who are creeping around to do your work, do note that Skeeter is spending a little more time than usual touching up the drones.
Every time that the captain comes into the room after the shower incident, Sheer Triumph looks up in alarm and is like, "What's wrong?" Every single time. It takes a long time to wear off.
Labella just like looks at you and just like there will be a report about this.
And they sneeze.
And just moves on. So you guys are coming in. When you receive a notification. So you're moving in on BLASTLINE 2, right? BLASTLINE 1 is Xnade. You're moving in on BLASTLINE 2. Come on.
The last line 2 it is.
Darn tootin', Fig Newton.
Why can I not destroy this fucking rectangle? Are you kidding me?
We need to get
That's what we
Oxstep
were
to do
saying
it.
earlier.
Alright,
I can destroy anything.
So Ven, you're back in position. Labella again gives you the command. Bring us in.
Aye, aye, Captain.
And she gives you a +3 modifier, but she does give you a particular route, and she says, "I'm going to want to approach this way."
What the fuck? Okay, no, I'm reaching that.
Holy shit, yeah. I'm going to want to approach through these two so that we'll be in the best position for the touch-off. I'm going to want to get behind, cover behind that rock. So, as you're moving through some of the tighter fields from historic collisions and other detonations, you do spin everyone a little hard.
Oh, sorry about that.
And everyone but Ven gains 1 edge.
Do I also gain an edge?
No, if you can't get an edge, you don't. You just ignore whenever I say shit like that.
Okay.
Labella Grandview. So due to the path that Labella's having you take, right? You're not really properly in view of the BLASTLINE 2 asteroid. And at around this time, you begin to, Labella says, you should run another scan of the area. These readings are looking strange.
Oh,
And-
I'm so on that, Cap.
And Skeeter says, comes in the con and says, "Why are we flying through all these damn rocks?" And Labella responds, "It's the most efficient route. We're going to have to... I don't care about efficiency if we run into something. This is a nice new Kogia. You're gonna get dinged."
You know, I used to be test pilot on this thing.
Yeah, you might. You tested its nerves, I'm sure.
You're testing mine, buddy.
Likewise, I'm spinning here trying to twist my multi. And Ben, was that an old systems or new systems?
That's a new systems. You said something about inspecting the readings.
Yeah, so you
That's
get a
what Ben's
ping.
doing.
You get an IFF back. It's one free merchant ship Yellow Crane 2 EUs away.
Motherfucker. Okay.
Ghost ship. I was right.
Yes.
I was right.
Now, oddly, it seems to be running dark, but for some reason the transponder had enough power to respond. Your ship automatically reply. It sends out its own message, and you do notice a little bit of a warble and distortion on your stuff. Maybe the antenna has gotten tweaked in that twist, but there's more squawking to the void than there should be. And Labella goes stiff and says, "That's the Yellow Crane."
Yeah, no shit.
I told
That's
you,
what it says on the
Captain.
transponder.
I told you.
She says, "We don't know what's on that ship. I think we should continue the blast line to end." But as she's saying that, you get an SOS. It is a pre-recorded SOS from the Yellow Crane.
Oh, that is a trap. We are legally obligated to respond to. Let's do it.
Q says, "We got an SOS. What are you talking about, Trap? We got to get over there." Labella says, "We are obliged, given that there is an SOS, to respond."
It is a ghost ship with an SOS. It is plainly a trap.
Excellent.
I think Ben's just cracking up.
This is important work. We should go immediately.
Labella says, "Unless you feel that we should withdraw, we have to move forward." Yellow Crane. She sounds kind of resigned to that course of action.
For once, I'm with you on this one, Lagrange. In spirit, at least. All right, I'll fly us over.
Bounces on its heels.
All right. So,
You know, we get legitimate salvage on some of this shit, right? Right, Lagrange? If
100% legitimate salvage.
Labella says, "This SOS indicates that there are people still alive in the cryo bay. Forget
That's
about
a
salvage.
pre-report.
You need to go wake them up."
Excellent.
Well, actually, not wake them up. You need to go. Don't rush into anything. Ascertain their bio signs.
oh, we can ascertain them together when we get there. Yoink!
Do we scan any holes in the hull?
And
Is
yeah,
there
Somebody get on
Atmo the ship?
systems.
you start to get visual on the Yellow Crane, and it looks like most of the lower deck is gone.
I'd say there's a
the
hole.
primary cargo hole and several of the chambers are breached. There's also breaches into the bridge.
Perfect. We should enter via the bridge.
Life support, reactor propulsion, and the cryo chamber are all still sealed.
I've seen worse.
Oh, we should turn those off. Not necessary.
So, you would note that you're surprised that you didn't see it earlier. Perhaps it's just because of the approach you were taking or background radiation, but that reactor room is hot.
It's reactor room?
Yeah, so it's running dark. So, like, it's not putting out a lot of power, right? So it's not lighting up like a ship that has power. But when you scan the exterior walls, you see proof of a lot of radiation penetration, implying lots of radiation is loose in that room. So it's not just about heat signature, it's about how much radiation is actually getting out. So in that
Can
sense...
we put a slug through their reactor, Captain?
We should get the people
That's
out first.
absolutely not an authorized maneuver. If we did that, you could... The explosion would be... No, absolutely unacceptable. You cannot open fire on
It
this
is
ship.
a fusion reactor.
We're responding to an SOS, and also you don't know what state it's in. It shouldn't explode, but it shouldn't be doing that either. She gesticulates.
It is a ghost ship. This is a trap.
Mm-hmm.
So she looks at you,
Uh-huh.
and she says, "What reason do you have to believe this is a trap?"
It is a ghost ship with an SOS. It is a ship that has not been seen in decades. Except to pillage, pirate, plunder.
All right. Well, if I may insert
It is a
myself
stealthy
here.
ship. You may.
It's
Strong trope.
There are plenty of floating grave ships out there that aren't booby trapped at all. You know, they're still rescuing folks who got cryoed from the war. Now, most of them are obviously dead, but this could just be another floater case. Exciting as that is, admittedly.
It's a derelict. It probably powered on and sent that signal due to whatever's left of its sensors detecting another ship in the area.
Wouldn't
Yeah,
that
I'm
have
with the
happened
captain on
decades
this one.
ago?
No. This place is almost completely untrafficked, and even if someone did have a reason to go to the asteroid belt, what are the odds it would intersect with the Yellow Crane? Almost none. Kind of trails off.
How did the BLASTLINE 2 explosive come to be in this vicinity?
It was planted here 9 months ago. At the Yellow Crane's current trajectory, it would have been. She kind of like, does some space math and shows you over here, outside the range of a scan.
Hmm.
Oh, look at that.
The timing is
Can we
strange,
correlate
but
this
we need to hardly leave.
with other flight paths filed with the local transit authority?
The local transit authority has nothing this year other than you and the people coming after you, and occasionally in the asteroid belt. That's it. There's nothing that's supposed to be out here according to the node unit.
Well, Well, either way, we are boarding. I am locked, loaded, and ready to paste some organics.
Labella says,
This will be exciting.
your objective is to reach that position and extract them.
But yeah, that's what I said.
Their lives are important, as are yours. If you find anything
The
amiss,
interrogation.
fall back. Yeah. That's you don't get any benefits from her command to you, but you can insight her.
Yeah, insight on her.
Two whole dice of insight. Oh wow. Okay, let's go.
You do know Oxstep. Part of her really doesn't want you to go.
Oh,
Because it's a trap.
she cares about us.
I appreciate the captain's
That's not what she
concern,
smells like.
but we are legally obligated to board this ship,
Yeah,
which is why they have an SOS signal set up.
Yep. So Oxstep. Wait, sorry, not Oxstep. So Skeeter says we got to get over there and save those people. Listen, there's no trap here, Oxstep. It's just somebody stuck in their clanker. I understand you can't get put into cryo, but if you were powered down, you'd want someone to put you back up. Come on. And Skeeter seems eager to go. And
I am very expensive and would be salvaged and restored to operating capacity.
does anybody have an insight? That they so is it just Oxstep who's making the insight on the conversation on the bridge? Garuli and Cheer, are you guys there?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're on the bridge.
Okay, hold on.
There's
Captain gets a robot hug.
a part of me that thinks that Garuli is just so excited that he's
on the
already
way.
like wandering and wants to get on that ship.
He's already bolted for the fucking the drone chariot.
Yes, proof.
Garuli, wait for me.
Yes.
Cheer Triumph Neutral, you get the sense that Labella doesn't want you to go, and Skeeter does want you to go.
Well, obviously it's necessary for us to go.
Yeah, and Grandview looks around and says, "All right. Volunteers for the away mission. We'll ride over
Me,
on one
me,
of the
me,
drones."
me.
Just both hands up.
Yeah. They just check their like medical scanner and then put it back on their belt.
She comes over to
no.
Ven and she puts a hand on Ven's shoulder and she says, "Ven, you're one of the most experienced spacers I've ever had the privilege of working alongside. You're a damn good pilot,
Oh, you're so sweet to me.
and it looks like the propulsion over there is in working order. If we can get it operational, you're the only person I can think of who'd be able to put it on a safe trajectory back to Carvon 5. We put it out on the right arc, send the message ahead, and they'll be able to use their coys to bring it in safely. A full vessel recovery will help determine what happened. Even if the people on board aren't still alive, and I'm hoping they are, that's the grave of heroes, if they truly fought against the human empire during the war. So, let's treat it with some respect, and
I slap her on the back and I say, Grandview, you're a strict piece of shit. That's why I love working with you.
She gives a
Keep us on the up and up.
she gives a sad smile. and says, "Well, Skeeter, protocol would say that I should keep the engineer aboard, but fuck it. If anything's wrong, they'll need you. I'll hold the ship. At least one person has to stay."
Grandview, keep my seat warm, would you? It's not
No.
heated. I like the other one before we got the Kogia. Had underseat heating.
He nods and says,
Captain,
"I'll keep it warm for you."
Take a load off.
Captain,
Oxtep?
it is very likely that during this trap, they will attempt to board while we are on the other ship, and you are alone here. Please take precautions against
Hey.
boarding.
He, yeah.
Good point.
You encourage her to take precautions against
Keep
boarding, and
safe
she comes over here to the gun
distance.
cabinet and pulls out the shotgun. Checks the shells and says, "Duly noted." She has it on the strap on her back and says, "Honestly, we'll see anything coming. I'll take this to. I'll keep the ship at a safe distance, able to retrieve you if anything happens. But their airlock is ruined, so we can't dock with them directly."
Good. Also, maintain a security seal on the bulkheads, please.
Of course. So, with this, the whole crew minus Labella is presently positioned to depart. The current
Alright.
plan
Do you have a
is-
flamethrower, Captain?
Labella says, "No, that's not really a standard issue."
I understand flamethrowers are optimal.
For certain kinds of interactions.
Extermination. Yes.
So,
We need to medically treat them before we exterminate them.
You are a meat unit, aren't you?
Labella says, "I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that."
Dubious.
And Rex says, "When we talk exterminate, I'm sorry. I don't know if back in your hive you wake people up and then barbecue them, but we're here to save them. Come on, let's take Betsy.
Beep boop. Delicious.
I've zooped her up," and he slaps one of the mining drones.
I wanna take a look at Betsy. What sort of souping up has she received?
Yeah, you can give me a mechanics test if you wanted to assess that, or the systems.
System's probably better for me.
Whoa.
Probably a lot better.
That's a super
for me.
twist. It seems like he has replaced several of the parts with either things he's manufactured on the ship, or machine. Sorry, not machine. Aftermarket parts.
Interesting. So super twist. Does any of it look harmful to us?
No, it looks like he was legitimately trying to make the drone do a better job. Technically speaking, you're not supposed to make unregistered modifications, but it doesn't seem like he's been telling Garuli about these.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And can I don't know if I can use one of those twists to like just get a +1 to flying the darn thing.
Sure, yeah. So you guys hop aboard your chariot.
Alright.
Do you want mining drone number 1 or 2? I know, a pivotal choice here.
Let's go with number 2, underdog.
2.
Hell yeah. Oh fuck me.
Oh no.
What the hell did you do to this thing, Skeeter?
So he was like, "Ah!"
I stick my probe in it all the same.
All right, you jack your probe in it. Give me a systems test to try and avert disaster as you hurtle towards the yellow crane.
Skeeter, holy shit, you souped this way too much! Oh!
Oxstep, you barely managed to bring the drone up to what appears to be an impromptu additional gunnery deck in the lower holds. Almost all of which have been destroyed. Everyone, give me your choice of a maneuver or endurance test as you take a hard landing.
Mm,
And Skeeter says, "Skeet!" Alright. Oh my goodness.
whoa.
yes.
Oxstep, you make the absolute Master Chief landing here. You
Holy
you
crap.
all land in Oxstep's arms. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
capture all of you. Still have an arm out with my shotgun port ready to go.
You-
It's a great time. Everyone thinks Oxstep is super sexy.
You
Well, I mean,
are,
obviously, that was
Yeah.
already true.
I mean,
you
we
are
already
in
figured that.
the lower deck. The lower deck of deck 2 of 2 of
Hmm.
the Yellow Crane. It sort of like crimson bends, although the fact that it's still together rather speaks to its impressiveness. You see glistening polycarbonate girders above, rather well positioned and in place, even as the rest of it's been blown away. There's even a lift into the upper cargo here, still clinging despite the fact that the floor beyond is gone. The motor is blessedly housed above on this model, so it may even still be operating. You see a ruined
They
entrance
don't
towards
make
the
them like they
reactor.
used to.
Yeah, and a crumpled area under the, generally speaking, the bridge that leads towards where the AI core should be. There are some computers hooked up to mobile stations that have long since lost power.
We should ensure the AI core is disabled.
Yeah.
Are we
do
gonna split
not
up?
want its quote
we sticking
unquote
together?
assistance.
Yeah, do you
Sticking
want?
together.
Peter says.
You don't split the party.
Peter says.
You don't split the party.
Sounds good. We'll see what was happening with the AI core, and from there we might be able to check on life support and the cryopod status.
Great.
If I may recommend, the life support should remain non-operational.
Peter
Good
says.
point.
Why is that?
Well, we don't necessarily
Safety.
need it.
Well, if we're gonna wake people up from cryo, they are gonna need it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Who said anything about waking them up? We keep
We
them
do not need to wake
on
them up
ice
to
until
save
we
them.
put them in our in our ship.
Peter says, "You're right. Theirs is no situation to house people. I do worry about the power supplies on old pods failing in the transit, though. We'll take a look before anything happens, but time's a
Folks might
wasting.
call me superstitious for this, but I make sure never to turn on air solutions until I've made sure that there aren't any ring ghosts.
Says, but that wouldn't impact the gravity. They have helmets. Anyway,
Right,
I ain't scared of no ghost.
ring ghosts.
I am.
I'm afraid of those.
there's a
I can
gap
come to
here,
them.
which under more strenuous conditions would force you to leap, like I do a zero-G maneuver. But if you guys are taking time and slowly like lining up your hop, you're going to be able to make this clear this gap without it. If you want to do so.
Can I yeet people?
Yes,
Carefully.
you can. Do you want to make an endurance test to eat people?
Wouldn't it be a ballistics?
I would love to.
I'll give you a choice of the two. Garuli, you are aboard a ghost ship. Everything is coming together. You see the convalescent of the red strand of fate.
Oh no.
What are you thinking?
I mean, I want to see this spot first. I'm thinking it'll be like a room by room, deciphering, decoding, trying to almost like in my head, rewinding to see like what could have caused this, what could have caused that, why is it here? What's going on?
You walk around these consoles as you're doing that. Give me a scrutiny with a modifier. of
Enjoy
3.
your spacewalk.
Yeah.
All right, so Oxstep tosses Ven. Ven, you are tossed a little high. You bump against the floor.
Can I
you
quickly
wind up in
maneuver
some
to try and
pipes.
save
Give
myself?
me a maneuver test.
Son of a bitch.
Ben, you wind up lodged in some debris, with your head poking out into what looks like a medbay office. And oh, you can see the cryo bay from here. Interestingly enough, you can see one of the cryopods appears broken open, liquid pooled around.
All right. How stuck am I?
Wait.
White.
Liquid? In a vacuum?
So technically speaking, I wasn't intending for Ben to be able. Ben like goes through like a hatch or something in the process,
Okay.
but it is frozen at this time.
Okay.
Yeah. Oof.
and not like
ooh.
But-
pulled off or anything.
Well,
Okay.
it looks like
Like
it looks
Kraken.
like it was a puddle, and then it got exposed to like it's presently very much Sub-Zero here. So
I'm gonna go ahead and take an edge from this whole thing.
all right. So Skeeter says Oxstep after that. I think I'll hop myself. Fence.
That is fair.
And
I will be extending apologies to Ven.
he goes for the hop,
Probably hear me on the radio.
and he slams into the wall. And activates his mag boots. Garuli. You walk
Ven,
by.
I believe I owe you intoxicants.
You kneel down
So does
and you
everybody.
check the stuff underneath, and you kind of like skirt, until you see writing on the bottom side of one of these panels. You're thinking, where did these come from? Why did they have to build a second firing deck? Why was it assembled from this? It clearly was a civilian vessel, and they wanted to add more guns. Pirate or rebel? What kind of IFF are they using? Well, you can't get into the systems; they're offline. But you can't help but notice the symbol of homeship Daruna on the bottom side of one of these consoles.
Una.
They are the Rast homeship with the largest military-industrial complex and also some of the greatest state control over their corporations. They were definitely people who didn't like the human empire and were happy to sell things to people who were fighting them. And any other home ship who felt like buying things from them.
Okay.
Are there any fun anti-human propaganda posters still on the walls?
There are not. You don't see any
Sad.
propaganda posters on these walls. Cheer, triumph, neutral.
Yeah.
You can climb up to the ceiling and then across if you wanted.
Oh yeah, of course.
You go up in the beam. Skeeter lets out a hand as if though asking to be rescued.
Okay. I'll reach out and help Peter.
You hoist him in. He's in the mess with of the metal. Oxstep, what are you up to? You are.
Carefully
You
taking
see
point
something.
and offering my armored carapace
Yeah,
as defense for my comrades.
Yeah. So as you and Guruli, I'm assuming you join. As this happens, though, a number blinks in all of your consoles. 10:30. Time for the 10-minute break. All right. Thank you all for coming out, Dreamers. It's been a wonderful night. It's been an exciting night. It's been a bit of a slow night, but don't worry. We're gonna heat up. We're gonna heat up.
I kind of like it. It's been fun.
Yeah.
So
Been like
Yeah,
a
go
cool
for it.
casual vibe.
yeah.
I'm definitely gonna go get my my vape pen and smunk up a tiny bit because this is a very this is a very high adventure, I think.
Can do the same thing. Wow. Similar anyway. And I
Fuck
think I
yeah.
shall.
All right, Dreamers. Have a good go. We're gonna
Okay.
bev up everything. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Woo!
Graphics, maps, characters, everything. Yeah, well, that's beautiful art, as you know, Jor. Powers so much of our endeavors. Gotta know. Do 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 do.
Hell yeah. How are you doing tonight, Lee?
You know.
Y'all want to hear something sad?
Sure.
I will. I will. Unfortunately, I have my headphones off, so I will not hear.
My wife broke the banger. I cannot vape the marijuana.
Oh no!
I know.
Oh,
So
that's a pity.
I guess I'll have to settle for copious amounts of alcohol instead.
As one does. As one does. I personally,
As one does.
am enjoying a fine Oregonian strain tonight, a hybrid.
Ah.
I forget what it's called.
It's still very illegal in New Jersey, isn't it?
No, it's super legal here. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
No, yeah. I mean, like, not even like off the record. It's like hell illegal.
Yeah.
It's just super expensive here. So when I was in Oregon, I just bought
Oh.
a bunch. Which, of course,
Yeah.
it is kind
Wait.
of a felony to transfer that over state lines. So, I technically
but,
didn't do that.
Didn't know
Except on
about you,
Minecraft.
but I'm not telling Mr. Brandon about.
Good.
Yeah,
I mean, I would very much not like to go to jail for a very long time, nor would I like to have my Twitch stream demonetized. More importantly, the jail thing, I could live with. The Twitch stream getting demonetized, though, I'd have to explain that to Lee. It would be a whole deal. It would be devastating.
Right.
So, for legal reasons, I did not actually commit several felonies this summer. Except in the magical world of Minecraft, where I did, in fact, commit several felonies and transfer drugs over state lines.
Oh,
Whoa.
snap.
Legal drugs, mind you. But, when you're in a federal airport in Minecraft.
Right.
Federal airport in Minecraft, yes.
Also, I'm not sure about the legality of shrooms anywhere. Anyway.
De facto
Minecraft.
legal in British Columbia.
Fuck yeah.
Like, there's okay. So if you come back to this side of the country and if you would like to take a road trip up to Vancouver, there's a cafe
I would be
actually
genuinely interested.
that will sell you psilocybin infused teas.
That's so rad.
And it's supposed to be super illegal in Canada, but nobody's doing anything about it. So
What?
Wow.
yes.
That's awesome!
I know!
Ah! Fuck yeah, BC! Woo!
I love BC. Have you been there?
I
Vancouver is
have
so fucking
only
beautiful.
been to the West Coast once. By the way, I flew over your
Okay.
state. Yeah, I've only been to the West Coast once. It was this summer when I went to stay with my hypnodom, as well as meet up with my author friends that I tweet about a lot. And yeah, I was very, very overwhelmed by how cool it is. And my mom lives there now, so I might be heading out there more often. And I would
And
love
the weather's
to visit
great.
BC. No, actually, I would disagree with you solidly there. It is fucking cold on your side of the country. I don't know what you're doing there with the weather, but there's this whole thing called global warming. Get on the same page, all right?
Hold
know
up.
what you're
hold up.
doing.
Where in Oregon were you that I got cold?
I mean, it was like 70, man. That's fucking freezing. I would use man in
As
like
compared
the
to the
hippie
East
sense
Coast?
here. Oh yeah, no, it's like 90 every day here.
In the
Terrible.
winter?
I hate it.
No, not the winter. Of course not the winter. I mean, then it gets like below freezing.
All right,
Yeah.
dreamers, here we are.
But right now, it's
Talk
nice.
about weather.
Right now,
So nice. It's
Then
like
your
90
head
degrees.
is stuck. Like, half
Yeah,
of
well,
you
no.
is like stuck up into the first floor, and you hear from Labella saying, "Ben, your helmet cams are showing me you're up in the wall. You need to get out of there."
Yeah, thank you, Labella, for pointing that out. In the past, there was this term for captains called Captain Obvious, and that's what you're being right now. So thank you.
Mea culpa. Mea culpa. Mea maxima culpa.
Skeeter says, "We're almost the AI core," and he's crawling around in like just absolute junk. It's gonna take a maneuver test to get through all this shit, even if you can climb, because like the walls have caved in and peeled out and blown through.
For a second there, I thought that was Skeeter saying, and I'm like, damn, Skeeter,
And-
calling for maneuver tests.
Garuli and Oxstep, are you gonna make your hop?
Yeah, gonna be real gentle this time.
Are you gonna-
Garuli, do you
Are you gonna
Would-
throw
would you
Garuli?
like assistance?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Give me an endurance test to throw
Okay.
Garuli. Yes, maneuver out of
Yes.
the wall. Oxstep, with a super twist, you can actually thread the needle and throw Garuli straight to the AI core. Garuli, you feel like inertia as you twist through. You dance through the sparkling beams, metal, or ruined silvery bits of circuit board, past dented transductors and cables, and you just you handstand up on and arrest yourself inside the node. core. You look
Nailed
around
it.
in the
Thank
AI
you.
core. It appears like it should be an old Liberty 1000 style node conversion of a father unit to a mother unit node. The original subversions of ship AI done during the rebellion. And yeah, I believe, cheer, triumph, neutral. You managed to get here. Are you going up the ladder? Or you're heading at the AI core.
Yeah, I guess we've been told we're not splitting the party, and we're gonna have to look at the AI core first.
All right, and then give me a you do your maneuver. You pop back out. And you find yourself in the doorway. This is Oxstep. It's your time to shine. Make your own ha.
Oh wait, I
Yay.
thought I popped out on the other.
Oh, you want to pop up. You wanted to pop up.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, you pop up into what appears to have at one point been an office of the medical variety. There is some dented cabinetry and strewn medical waste that shows signs of some desperate operations. The desk is tilted over long ago.
Wow. Well, I'm in a real humdinger of a situation here. So I'm in the med room, everybody. Apparently I'm inside the ship. I must have gone pretty solidly through a few walls there. Thank you for that, Hurl.
I am very strong.
And my suit is very
Oxstep. You leap.
sustaining.
You leap, Oxstep. But unless you want to take a long time working through it, you'll have to make the maneuver test to try and get through this debris.
Nope.
Meanwhile, Cheer,
Right.
Garuli, and Skeeter are here in and outside this room. You make it in easy time. It is a wonderful map, but only possible with Pat's lovely asses. You can get them in Megacorps, Marines, and Monsters. Do we have a... Oh, the chat guys aren't getting more. I'm silly. Garuli. Everybody looks around. So the AI the AI core is not receiving power. What you can determine is that it is a Node 1000 Liberty. Garuli. If you want to make me a scrutiny with a modifier of 4,
Sick.
given that you got a super twist, or actually, you're gonna get one automatic success. Make it with a modifier of 3. So you're gonna at least get a baseline success.
Okay.
I just allow me to casually remember how my own game works here. Okay. Garuli. So that's actually a success with 2 twists. Yes, Megacorps, Marines, and Monsters. Combined. Garuli, here's what you learn. This place definitely seems like it's been converted to the Liberty node configuration. But some of the parts, you check under the panels, and you move apart aside a loose one, and you see blue-white glowing glass pieces that look... I mean, everything else around it looks like it's from the space future of the 80s. Bulky, twisting, heavy metal. This looks elegant, glass-like, hyper-sophisticated, and there's these bits jammed in all around. It's definitely a mishmash.
Mm-hmm.
But there's some parts in here that really stand out to you.
Okay. Would I be able to, like, get a closer look to check out those parts?
Yeah. You could reach in there and try and dislodge them. Or you just want to get a closer look, right?
Oh, if dislodging is a possibility, I'm gonna try to dislodge them.
Give me a mechanics test.
Uh-oh. Oh!
Yeah, you pull out. It's got like this black-blue base with several clamps that slots into an added board connector. You pull out this like almost forearm length piece of computer technology. It is this clear and blue marking glass with all these little like semi-glowing circuits within them that go a bit dull. And yeah, you hold it up and you look it around. Oxstep, your optical scanner, immediately tells you that it is a fancy circuit board. And Skeeter says, that's one of them there RAS circuit boards. What's that doing in here? They must have bought it off them back in the day.
Was this ship not operated by the Rast in their
No, this is supposed to be a free
human
merchant ship.
effort?
This is supposed to be a free merchant ship that was owned by humans.
Humans, Rast, they both exchange currency for goods and services,
Yeah, well, you got that
especially in the old Imperium days.
right. Yep.
They got together pretty well, so got along pretty
well. Well, and so he looks around. Is there anything you guys want to do in the computer room before heading up?
I'm not sticking my probe in that.
All right. So, with the information you've gathered, do you guys ascend?
Yeah.
Alright.
Can I hold on to this
Are
piece
we
of circuit
obligated
board?
to talk to the
Yeah,
AI?
You can
Like,
hold on. No, you're not.
We are not
Derek-
obligated.
I feel like there's some sort of narrative obligation to talk to the AI on the ghost ship.
Do you want to try and force it on? Do you want to power it back on?
Tear Triumph is making an attempt to convince, but is not physically touching anything.
All right. Well, so yeah, does
If you really want to, we could, but I would recommend isolating it from any control of the system. That would take some work.
Let's come back to that after we go get the.
Right. Then, you're here in the
Okay.
med bay. What would you be doing initially? You can see the cryo room through here. It would be a bit of a squeeze to get through this doorway, though. And
Right.
there's cabinetry, there's strewn medical stuff, evidence of fraught operations. What do you want to do?
Well, the wise decision is to wait for them to find me.
Smash.
I was gonna say, but I think I'm gonna walk around.
Mm-hmm. All right, so you walk around into the hallway as they clamber up, and you see there's a closed door to your north. There's a glass closed door to your east. It looks like it goes into the bridge, which is seeing better days and is exposed to the void.
Well, if it's been exposed to the void, I tried the door.
So you guys, okay, now I'd like to emphasize something. You guys emerged through like a shutter in the ladder, right? So you have come through an airlock and you are in a pressurized zone. So if you open this door, like, just be aware that you'll be depressurizing this zone.
You make a good point.
I mean, we're all wearing spacesuits.
You're all wearing
Except for those of
spacesuits.
us who don't need spacesuits.
True. All right. Well, I take precautions. Like I'm assuming it's maybe. Is it a double lock? Is there?
It's just a door. It isn't supposed to be an airlock. But
Okay,
this
well, actually-
chamber is standalone. So if you close these other two doors,
Are they able to close? Can I do that?
when you click them, they go and slide shut.
All right.
Although
I try to vent.
one to the med bay does rattle a little as it closes an aux step. Are you going to be in there when this happens or no?
Yes. Bing.
All right, the door
wow.
is open. The
Guns
air
out.
is sucked out of the room, and you see a blue glowing light, yellow glowing light, and a rather Spartan bridge that appears to have been shot up.
Well, hello there.
Hmm.
A lot of this could have been attributed to
Examine
maybe
light.
an explosion or an asteroid, but there is what appears to be railgun fire puncturing part of the bridge.
Well, this thing saw some battle. I'm gonna wait for the rest of the team to come up at this point.
Skeeter says, "Bridge looks not as fucked as I'd expect, to be honest. I wonder why the AI was so thoroughly offline.
This may
I guess if
still
the rounds came through the floor, maybe they cut off something important.
be-
Either way, something here should have sent us the automated SOS."
Yeah.
He looks around and says, "I don't like this. We should get those cryopods and get out of here."
I like it a lot.
He turns around.
Well, Skeeter, I've been directed by Grandview to see if we can't make this thing flyable.
Grandview comes on and says, "Yes, although saving those people is top priority, we would like to see how much of it is salvageable. Maybe you should go check on the cryopods, everyone." She
I
comes
concur.
over and Skeeter looks around, looks at Cheer and Garuli, and hits his headset. And Yeah.
Are there any like removable data drives that we can pull from the bridge?
Yes, there's absolutely like a smash and grab
Okay.
opportunity here if you just wanted to yoink something. Give me a mechanics to do it without damaging anything.
Okay, you got it.
Yeah, you managed to successfully recover the black box and several like more or less reams of physical memory. I should be able to tell you
Delightful.
a pretty full story of what happened here. In the process, so Peter like bumps his helmet and kind of like makes a gesture to Garuli and cheer Triumph neutral.
Mhm.
And you hear Labella say, Skeeter, you there? I'm not picking you up on your helmet cam. He hits a button and says, Ch. Must have bumped my head. Ch. But you saw he clearly didn't. He deactivated himself. You do all have active helmet cams.
Wait,
What?
sorry. So, never mind.
I mean, I'm just broadcasting my visual feed.
Yeah.
What gesture did he make to us?
It's hard to interpret. Give me an insight.
Hmm.
It was kind of like a low hand swish swish back and forth. But you can roll the insight to see if what he means.
Can I? I do have a talent for in their shoes. You know how to put yourself in someone else's shoes? +3 to insights to understand someone's motives.
Yes.
Can I use that?
Yes. 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 Okay, Garuli. Skeeter is indicating down low, as in keep it on the down low, as in we should communicate in a way that is not overheard. So do you also want to deactivate your helmet cams?
Absolutely not. This is suspicious, and it
Right. Well,
causes me to think that he might be in league with the ghost ship. And
I mean,
pirates.
Oxstep, you're in the bridge. He's talking to Garuli and Cheer Triumph right now. Cheer Triumph and Garuli, how are you responding to this? It's that you're supposed to be stealing second, exactly, Raspity Bugbear. He wants me to steal second. No, down low.
So Cheertron doesn't actually understand this then.
Garuli is gonna hopefully if he picks up on Cheer Triumph not understanding this, he's gonna like you can see the excitement as he believes that Skeeter is a co-conspirator here amongst us of ghost ship stuff. So he's also gonna like turn off the cam and say, it looks like there's some interference in this area. The cams aren't working. The right? Cheer Triumph neutral, the cams aren't working.
Alright, so Cheer Triumph neutral, do you hit that? You
Yeah.
hit the switch? Alright, so he leans in and says, I don't like something about this. What if someone's listening in?
Oh, they totally are.
I think we should get those. I think we should get them out of cryo as soon as we can. And Labella says, then, Oxstep, I've lost cams on everyone else. Can you get me visual?
Oh yeah, no, that sounds quite
Alright,
important.
so you turn around and you
all right,
look at-
Oxstep, you keep.
You look at all of them, but importantly, you can't see their faces, so you can't, like, someone watching couldn't lip read.
Yeah, they look fine.
And, Labella says, alright. I think everyone should proceed to the cryo bay as soon as possible.
Yeah, sounds about right.
And, Skeeter says, Cheer, you're a medical type. Maybe you can check out, see if any of our patients in there are still alive.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm on it.
But Garuli, you should have a look around. I feel like something's not right. I'll cover for you. And Skeeter puts his helmet cam back on and looking around and says, yeah, I've got my helmet fixed. It was to a bit of an issue in here. Power fluctuations and all that. Let me see if I can't get better signal over here. He whips out a multi-tool and like pries open a bedroom. And you hear, that's not where you're supposed to be going. And he's like, oh, sorry, I got turned around. So yeah, around this juncture, Oxstep, you've got you've torn the tech. Where are you going? What are you doing?
Gonna hop back with everyone else and investigating the rest of the ship.
Garuli, Cheer, Triumph, where are you headed? Ven, are you gonna try and squeeze through?
I mean, somebody's gotta get to the other side somehow, right?
All right,
Or is there
give
a
me a
door?
maneuver test.
Which...
You get through. However, in the process, you pull something, and there is like a wet hissing noise, and there is a spark as something damp spreads between some rubber tiles, and there's just like a deep, an emanation of some smoke in there. And as you guys come through and you look at it, it almost looks like something's like burning up behind Ven. And Cheer and Garuli gain one edge just looking at it.
I think I tore something.
Yeah, and you look around and you see several full cryopods, including one that's been in pretty bad condition, been bashed open.
Yeah, Cheer Triumph immediately.
You would note that the
rushes
life
over.
support remains active in this room.
Yeah. They just quickly move to triage.
Okay, so you notice a slight problem, Cheer Triumph. When you go to open the door, it says and it says unacceptable loss of air.
Oh.
You turn to your north, and you see out the side of the ship.
Hmm.
So from
That's
this
a good
chamber, if you open this door, you are going to expose this to the void. Now, all of the other cryopods are either sealed or empty. But this one is broken open, and there is someone inside of it. They're probably already dead.
Yeah.
But in the event that they're not, you will kill them if you manage to open this door.
I guess we'll have to find another way in then.
Then slid around through the scoobly-doo.
Okay.
Peter is kind of like, doing delaying tactics. Garuli and Cheer, are your helmet cams still off?
Yeah, I haven't turned it back
All right.
on yet.
Alright, Garuli, you see more ship to explore to the west. Cheer, you look for another way around into this place, and you find the medbay door, and after closing the door behind you, and doing all the cycling so that nothing leaks, you can give me a maneuver test to get in. Garuli, do you wanna try and get into the medbay, or do you wanna go on a tour around? I would say there's an openable door here. It will, much like this way, expose to void, but this place is already exposed.
So I'd be able to open this without any problems.
Yeah, you open it, you walk out. Cheer, Triumph, Neutral, you pop in with no issue, with great alacrity, in fact. You ascertain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people in their pods, and a 7th somewhat exposed. Give me a medicine test to ascertain the status of everyone. And Garuli, you see something interesting. The life support door that you see right here has been welded shut from the outside.
Okay.
There's some battle
Would I-
scarring nearby as well.
Welded shut from the outside. Would I be able to do an investigation here to see like why anyone would do that?
Yeah, give me an investigate with a modifier of 3. Scrutiny with a modifier of 3. And Cheer, Triumph, Neutral, whenever you're ready, give me the medicine test.
Okay. I was about to ask you.
Yeah.
Thought I missed that.
Oxstep. As this is all going down, Garuli is heading to the west to investigate. Ven and Cheer are in this room checking shit out. What are you doing?
Oh dear. We should stay in groups. I will associate myself with Garuli
Okay.
so that he does not get, rapidly and in an unplanned manner disassembled.
Alright, so, cheer triumph neutral. You gain 1 edge as you realize the stakes have raised. So, okay. There are several people who were put in various state of bodily disrepair, and it looks like there were issues with the available saline mix and blood supplements.
Yep.
3 of them look like they are, without serious regenerative measures, dead, and even then, they're questionable. You definitely cannot wake them up or they will die. 3 of them look like they hadn't taken any physical damage, and are now asleep. And you could wake them up. All of them are human except for 1 Rast. They are in the pod that was bashed open. You note something about them. They have a card clutched in their hand, or they have a card around a lanyard on their neck.
Mm-hmm.
It says Dr. Wazazi. And it indicates that they are a Roij Kaisha professional medical personnel, which is interesting. Although they do seem to be listed as also Xeno liaison. This pod, they're still alive. They're in bad condition, and their body is... They should have died, but their body was full of saline instead of blood. And so this has meant they haven't bled out, really. But here's the thing, for this person to still be alive, this had to have happened incredibly recently.
Yeah. Okay. I think we're very much in danger. This just happened.
Garuli, you walk around, you see the other door has also been welded shut from the outside. You see other damage points and repair points. You see the particulates, the flakes of ice and dust. And you don't see any of that on these recent welds. These welds have been done incredibly recently and hastily. And you think, why would someone do this? And you see, like, little scamperings away. And the most of the comings and goings are from a heavy tread of a human foot. But some of them are a little more small. And these ceilings were done hastily. You'd think that you or Oxtep might be able to pop them open pretty quick if you had an applicable tool or a willingness to wrench something open. The only reason you'd do this is if you wanted to be sure somebody coming on a quick walkthrough would not get into this room. Because there's something in here they can't see until the time is right.
Oh.
Oh.
Oxstep, I think whatever's in there, if it's something dangerous, we might have a chance to stop it. If we're fast.
Yes.
Right, so...
Okay.
Shotgun out.
Shotgun out.
Locked. Chambered.
Do you want to try and open one of these doors?
Yes.
I would
Alright.
like to kick the door, please.
So as this is happening, Labella says, it looks like there's a lot of wounded in the med bay. I think everyone should report there and we can bring the drone around outside for extraction.
Affirmative, but
Oxtep, Garuli, what are you doing over there? And where's Skeeter? Why do I not have his camera?
we may have.
We're
some
about to kick a door. It's going to be amazing.
Oh, bloody Blinken. Look, there's signs of recent tampering here. Something's in the system. There's a motherfucker alive here that oughtn't be.
Understood. Extract the pods and leave.
All right,
What?
you heard her, folks.
And Cheer, are you going to try and perform triage on the Rast? You're going to need to... Here's the thing,
Oh,
Cheer.
no.
You guys are going to need to get the blood back into this Rast if they are going to live. But you're
can have
going
some
to
of that
need
on
to
the ship.
suture them shut before you put the blood back in, or it's all going to sploosh out.
Yeah. Okay. So,
So-
this is,
Yeah, give me a medicine test. Do you have any surgical tools? If so, you get a positive modifier. Otherwise, don't sweat it. Just make the medicine test to do as you can.
Okay. So do I get the +2 for nurse though because it's applying or deploying?
You don't
Blood.
have a drug that... No, this is just for fixing them up.
Okay. It's not needle related. Sorry. I clicked the wrong way.
So you get in there, and you go for it.
Yeah, like this is exciting. I've never done this one before. There's a little hum of excitement coming from their translator.
All right, yeah. So you see, there's a stitch and there's a little like squiggling of the body that Ven takes as a bad sign as Ven gains 1 edge, but it's all fine in the
Aye.
end. The only thing is to get the blood back into them, you're going to need to make a systems or a mechanics test. Do either of you want to do that, or do you want to call Skeeter over to try?
I'm gonna try a systems check to
Oxstep.
nurse to their doctor.
Yes.
Do you door kick or do you respond to the order to get into the med bay? The door is right here to be kicked.
I'm gonna look over to Garuli.
Garuli
I
is
cannot
just
decide. I want to kick the door so much.
gonna you do what feels right.
All right, give me your choice of
I
melee or
cannot
mechanics.
feel.
Give me your choice of melee or mechanics to breach this door. Oxstep.
Smash!
Yes.
Oxstep, you tear through the poor weld. Metal clings all around. You open the door. You hop in tactically, assessing the situation. Air from the life support systems billows out behind you, creating a torrent of wind past you, and you see a stack of 3 explosives aimed towards the cryo bay, with a little beep 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 remote detonator attached. Oxstep, you have your camera
Yes.
to Labella live as your visual actuators take all of this in. What do you do in about the next 10 seconds?
Next 10 seconds. Is there any way I can rapidly reseal the door and also yell at my
Wait,
companions to perhaps leave the med bay?
What?
Then you have just
Explosives on the med bay wall. Explosives on the med bay wall. Evacuate med bay.
So then you managed to get the systems working, right? Like the arms and legs are connected, and blue blood flies to the tubes and starts to pump into the veins. This person's body shudders, a little liquid comes from the mouth, the screw twitch, and you are told, explosives on the medbay wall, get out, right as this person is being revived.
Okay, I'm gonna run over here. Do any of these cryopods have an ejection ability?
So all of the pods are supposed to be ejectable with an escape pod. The escape pod has been torn from the ship. If you did an override, you think you might be able to fool a ship without an active AI into shooting them out into space. That will be your 10-second turn. That's what you.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
You run for the panel.
Fuck me!
You make the system. Oh God, Cheer.
Is there any way I could?
Cheer, what are you doing? What are you doing as that happens, Cheer?
Fuck.
What happens when she fails?
What are you doing? Like, so you're standing over the fucking 10 seconds. You don't have time to internalize what anybody else is doing. You see Rast. Rast is being healed. You're told explosives on medbay wall. Explosives on medbay wall.
I pull a dead pod down in front of what I'm doing.
Okay, so you try and you mean the pod that this person is in?
Yeah, I try to create a barrier between whatever the explosions might be, and so I want to pull this one down as a barrier there.
Oh, okay. You mean one of the pods with somebody who's
Yes.
basically... Okay, give me an endurance test. Give me an endurance test. Did you have any relevant tools? Or are you just prying the shit off the wall by the strength of your arms?
Yeah.
Alright, what's the tool?
No, I think they said, or that
Oh,
he
that-
said
that was-
that
that's
they were
okay.
going to just,
Okay, you just
go with it.
wrench it down. You have some cover. You get behind.
Yeah. I finished the job.
Oxstep, you're trying to pop out and reseal the door?
I mean, resealing the door seems kind of silly, so I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to grab Garuli and rapidly make some space between myself and the explosives.
Show me where you're going. Garuli, I'm assuming you're fine with being yoinked.
Yes, absolutely.
Your mind is racing. Alright.
When Oxstep yoinks you, it's for a good reason.
yeah.
It's true.
All is
Unless it's
still
to
in the
eat you.
void of space. But you do feel
Oxstep is usually very
reverberation.
respectful. Oh gosh, there was an explosion.
So there is a hole into the med bay at this time. There is a lot of blood and saline as So here's what happens though. In the final moments, you're gonna fail. Ben, you can't succeed. You can't do it. You are hitting the button. It says no pod, no pod, no pod. You're gonna be here. You take the whole explosion. Skeeter slides through, rams his multi into the sensor module, cracks it. It breaks, and you hit the override button that pops up to shoot without the sensor lock. And this pod gone, inhabitant dead, shattered. This pod gone, inhabitant dead, pod shattered. These two get launched. These two.
Oh man, and I'm missing it.
These two are the sole pods that managed to, with Skeeter's help, escape. You are shaking. And additionally, there is a 612 explosion ripping through this room. Sheer Triumph neutral.
Yeah, I might die.
Sheer Triumph neutral. You have 10 armor against this. Okay, so that's 8 damage coming at all of you. Roll your armor.
Okay, so do I just put the number 10 in there? And
Oh my
roll
god.
armor?
You click armor, which you should have at least one of, and then you put as your modifier in the box 10.
Okay, so I'm gonna cancel this.
You should have. Aren't the Trinity standards 2 or are they 1?
They're 1.
Oh well, I should have rolled 1.
Okay, and then I put 10 in the modifier.
Yep. However, Skeeter interposes himself between you and the explosion, Ven. And Skeeter.
I mean, I don't know how he does.
Skeeter doesn't really do that much, unfortunately. Sheer Triumph neutral. So that is 5, 8, minus 5. You take 3 damage, Cheer Triumph neutral.
Okay.
You are shook. Make a resolve test, then roll a d12.
5.
Alright.
And then roll it.
Oxstep. You don't hear anything from the ship anymore after the
Wait.
explosion.
Cheer Triumph neutral. Were you supposed to roll a d12?
No,
I
no,
thought that was
no,
me.
they were not. They were
Oh,
not.
thank God. That would have been
Yeah.
bad.
I thought you said roll, make a resolve check and then roll a
Define
d12.
We said-
here any.
No, Ven
We
does.
said
Ven does. Sorry.
instead
Oh.
of then.
12. A d12 is like when you break. You don't break.
I
Yeah.
literally just died.
You do
Kind
take 3 damage though, Cheer Triumph neutral from your stamina, but Ven hits the ground, and you're lucky because 12 is your get fucked up result. It's a good thing you
Yeah.
go down there. Combat twist rules. Yeah. So you are down then with abrasions. Any health damage from here on will cause you bleed.
Oof. So I'm at 0, but I
Yeah.
think I get up back at
You-
1
you
because
can-
I'm a pest.
Yeah, as a human, yeah. And a dangerous to go alone from Jor. Then, you check your spacesuit, and you see your lucky steel-pressed constellation map has taken some of the shrapnel. You actually have 1 more. You're at 2 HP instead of 1.
Fuck.
And wait, no, Cheer Triumph neutral.
Ah!
Cheer Triumph neutral. You're at 4 health, 1 stamina, not 1 and 1.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't correct it from before.
Oh,
I
okay.
hurt really badly in the last.
So Skeeter is a bit blown about, and you don't get suppressed by the explosion here. Ben now also make that resolve test. Oxstep, you have lost connection with the ship.
Lost connection. Our
I-
ship.
You are no longer
Or this ship.
your ship. The node is no longer responding. The only thing responding to you is the drone. And the drone is sending a bunch of notifications, more or less like a car alarm, saying that something is trying to use what look like spoofed credentials to access it.
I'm going to tell it to go airplane mode.
Yep. So it will only respond to you jacking in.
Yep.
All right. It remains where it
Airplane
was
mode.
before. Scrutiny and Garuli and Oxstep, give me a scrutiny to look out into the black as distant lights jet up.
I see nothing.
One success, but a shock to.
Garuli, you see 3 drones and 1 Piranha strike fighter whirl around the asteroid from the direction of BLASTLINE 2. Its livery, the livery on it and the 3 Outrider drones, is that of the Human Empire.
What?
Okay.
I would like to turn my face to Garuli and say, trap.
Okay, so are they directed towards us on the ship right now?
You note that, and you also know that these Outriders have been fitted with attack rails. You can't see whether or not anybody is riding them. The shuttle is going for your ship. The drones are coming here.
Okay. Oxstep, I think we have to check. We have to check that our friends are okay. But we have to be careful. There's drones. They're gonna keep an eye out for us, I think. So we have to, I guess, try to hide as best we can, blend in.
Ben screeches over your local radio frequency, and everyone, Ven included, gains 1 edge, as Ven barely cheats death and is freaking the fuck out because she's lived so long and she thinks she's gonna live forever.
Fucking wake up call
If
there.
anything, that's confirmed.
We gotta get back to the ship. Something's fucking going on here.
Oh, was this not confirmed by the conspiracy board?
I thought you were just Scooby-Dooing and having fun. What the fuck?
Scooby-Doo, tagged for later consumption.
It's a TV show from the Human Empire. It's filled with racist bullcrap. You don't have to watch it. Anyway.
I am definitely going to watch it.
So, you guys,
Does your triumph manage to, like, finish with this guy, though, and getting him to safety?
yeah, so, this guy's in a really bad way. Also, Pat, check the text on Pest. You might not have received that break. I don't think that you still break if you activate Pest.
Yeah,
But,
actually, I don't think I do. So I'll take back my abrasion.
This guy is in a critical state, but you've managed to save his life for now. You need to get him into a spacesuit. Actually, so no, there's a breach now. What happens is, the void is happening to your buddy here. If you don't get something over the hole in his cryopod, he's dead.
Okay.
There's debris. It's hard to find a right-fitting piece, but, something has to happen.
Yeah. I'll find a bit of
Skeeter, do you have a glue gun?
Skeeter assists you with whatever he has to hand. He didn't bring the glue applicator. Didn't think we had to seal anything up this time.
Fuck.
You have a modifier of 3 on this mechanics test, Cheer.
Okay.
Oxstep, and... Okay, so basically, you guys are in a tense moment and danger is coming. Garuli and Oxstep, where are you getting your... There's a lift right here. There's a door back to the engines and reactor here. There's the place you came from. Where are you headed?
We know the reactor is active and can probably be warmed up without going to engineering, right?
You know the reactor is leaking, and it's very radioactive in the reactor room.
Okay.
But there had to be some degree of power, otherwise they would have died. I mean, things were online when you came in here. Like there was limited life support in cryopods, so there's some degree of power.
How well do I... Rather... From what I know of Garuli, how does he handle a cockpit?
Oh. I'd say that like he does seem smart enough to be able to handle it okay, but he definitely has never been like trained. He doesn't have a license. So it's just relying on hand-eye coordination and whatnot.
Okay. If you know how to turn on an engine and make it go forward as hard as possible, that's good enough. Because what I'm going to do, I think, is go into the engine room and just kind of see if I can't make the thing go real fast.
You enter the engine room and
turn the thing on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see, it's got the fuel
I can sit
levels,
here in radiation. It's whatever.
Yeah, the fuel levels are low. There's a green glow from above. Fuel levels are low, but there's enough that you could get some kick. Garuli, are you running for the bridge?
Yeah, mad dash.
A mad fucking dash. You're sprinting through the halls. You're running. The doors opening and closing behind you. Ven and Cheer. Cheer, you managed to salvage this pod. Peter gets it, like magnetically clamps himself to it, and says, I'll take him down to the drone, but where are we taking him from there?
Back with us where we're going.
Yeah, we're going. We gotta go back to the ship.
This
All
guy is
right.
important.
So he hops through the hole that's been blasted and runs for the drone.
Everybody, back to the ship. And I probably I'm rushing out.
As Garuli rushes by.
Yeah, honestly, we can just pop these doors too. And do I see that the ship is being operated?
You see that he's going for it.
Okay, I'm gonna run in there and try to assist. What's going on?
So there is no real control, although you note that there's a recent thrust log on one of the consoles, which is interesting. You think that you might be able to use systems to hack in flight control. Cheer, are you going down? Are you staying in the cockpit? Where are you going?
Cheer, go with the patient.
Yeah, obviously.
All right.
This guy, like, if anything can be read from their body language, it's actually like a suspicious strangeness to their sudden attachment to this
All right.
patient.
Then you gain one edge. You're freaking out. You're
Amazing.
plugging stuff in. You accidentally hit the ignition as you turn on, and back in the engines. Oxstep, give me a mechanics to see how well you kick on the power. Garuli,
Okay.
as you sit down.
Do my multi-tool
clean up
and
the console.
Labras stack for mechanics.
No, you have to choose the benefits of one.
I mean, it's just a +1 either way, so that's cool.
The Outrider is bearing down on you, Garuli. And you're stood at this console amidst broken glass and blinking lights, and there's a start as the floor shifts beneath you. And then you're supposed to go up one edge. And yeah, give me an operate test to see how well you fly this baby, Garuli.
Okay, here we go. I'm just gonna try to gun it.
Can I proffer a bonus to that with a +4?
Yes. Roll 46, Garuli.
Oh, snap.
All right, thanks for success. With an edge of 1. You fail to fully ride the dragon as you guys get shook. Like you feel there's like a buckling beneath you. Everybody is a bit thrown about, but you're barreling forward fast. The Outrider opens up with a railgun, but you guys aren't where it was shooting. And you guys are now moving. So here is the setup, right? You guys have moved the yellow crane forward. Which actually would have been, as weird as it feels, it would have been to the left. So you're here. Mining drone number 1 is with you. It is, in fact, your chariot. And there are 3 outriders and 1 piranha. One of the outriders is trying to fucking kill you, or at least coming in on you. The other 2 are, all the outriders are headed in on you, but only one of them is on top of you. And there is a piranha that is, for some reason, headed to your ship.
I have to get back.
Of course
to
it
my
is.
baby. I'm gonna dive out of the. You seem to have things handled here. Are you joining us, or are you staying on this ship?
Do we need this ship?
Honestly,
We do not need this ship.
we do
All
not
caps.
need this ship.
All text.
Right. All right. And it's like Garuli is just kind of frustrated because it's like, here's the proof. Ghost ship is real, and we have to abandon it.
We have the data. Don't worry about it.
And we've uncovered a far graver conspiracy, to be sure.
It's the
Right.
perfect ghost ship story.
I need more yarn.
Honey, you can get that back on the ship.
So
I'm running for.
I have
for our
kilometers
drone,
of extra wire.
Yes.
trying to drag Garuli with me.
Yeah,
so
Garuli will go with.
you fire up the vessel. You make a mad dash for your drone. And here is the situation. Outriders 2 and 3 are clearly hanging back in waiting. Your mining drone has 1 HP, as do all independent drones, base combat. So if your drone gets clipped while you're on it, it explodes, and all of you gets shot off into the void after an explosion rips you apart. So,
I take that drop.
all right.
I'm very expensive. I'll be salvaged.
And I'm gonna push or reach that.
Okay, so you get on. You just trying to rip out like full speed, reach your ship, right?
Aim
Yep.
straight.
You know
I
that,
maybe do a little S shape here and there.
you know that the port that this drone had been coming out of has been docked with by the piranha.
What the fuck?
So you guys are making a hard burn. The outriders lying in wait open fire. So here's the thing, right?
What a twist.
Your mining drone, you're trying to outrun getting shot, basically.
I did get 2 successes on that last roll.
You did. That's not quite how space combat works, but I'll give it to you. You guys all make a resolve test as railgun rounds dance around you, glittering through the void. Also, then, because the mine drone is in airplane mode, you have to be like physically, like your spacesuit is plugged in to be able to be controlling it.
Right, yeah, okay.
You said
Oh,
That
right.
makes-
bird's nest?
no, wait, here's how it
Oxdec,
is.
you don't
I'm
care
actually
about it.
plugged into Oxdec. I'm using Oxdec's hand as rotors. Or controls.
All right.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So do you guys?
That's a thing that definitely exists in my software.
It's an old human empire programming. Don't question it, kid. Don't ask how I
I'm
know
not a
about
human
it.
robot.
Can I reach my resolve?
can.
I can't.
Oh wait, I didn't need to resolve. Haha!
Oh my
I
gosh.
still rolled it anyway.
Oh, sorry.
All right. Yeah. To your triumph. Okay. You've got no obvious places. Okay. Cheer triumph neutral begins like in a very soothing and rhythmic way, banging on the drone, shaking everybody and scaring them. Everybody with cheer triumph neutral gains 1 edge. So, as this happens, you guys are lining up. The only option that you can see, Skeeter points, is airlock. You guys going to
Fuck
take
yeah.
your own rear airlock entrance. Alright.
Mhm.
So, come aboard the Kogia freighter. Now, there's no fog of war because you guys know this ship like the back of your hand. However, I will not reveal the characters in a room to you until you have eyes on that room.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So your drone number one is latched here. And you did see a piranha come into the other port.
If I lock down my crewmates, could I just purge the entire atmosphere from the ship?
By purge atmosphere, do you mean just like go to life support and vent everything? Yes.
Yeah, we could.
Vent everything rapidly
Well, I mean-
in such a manner that my captain, who definitely took my advice and was wearing a spacesuit and is strapped in, and has been strapped in for the last 3 hours,
Because
So,
it's trapped.
so you
Yeah,
mean
will not be blasted out of the ship.
So you mean basically try and catch anybody who's flat-footed as you vent? Yeah, you could try that. Absolutely. Life support.
Okay.
Important note. I will close the doors that should be closed here right quick.
Okay.
Yeah. So your plan presently is to make your way to life support, which is one level up this misty room right here, and
Mhm.
and that's your plan. Make your way to life support.
Make my way to life support, purge everything.
Well, I mean, put it in our vents. Don't like stick it in space.
No, it's going to space. We're using it to rocket out any intruders.
Explosive decompression doesn't work that way, honey.
Uh-huh. Explosive decompression works exactly the way I need it to.
Oh. We're gonna have a talk after this.
Look at all the movies.
Exactly.
Can't believe you're older than me.
So, Oxstep.
Subjectively, anyway.
I'm going to need you to plot me.
Physically.
So
anyway.
is everybody staying with
Okay.
Oxstep? Is this a state like the party sticks together moment?
No, I'm going to
No.
the captain's seat.
No, Cheer Triumph's going for the mid-bay.
Okay, so
Okay. Keep your mag boots on.
Yeah.
Which one of you, aside from the meat unit's got a gun?
I've got one.
You're coming with me.
Okay.
Skeeter? What you... What?
Skeeter says, I had my multi. I didn't expect I need to shoot somebody. The gun locker's on the bridge.
I
the
think
gun-
we would take the
You
bridge
did
then.
not bring a gun?
And he's like,
Wait, did you? Oh, wait, no, you're the-
Of course I
Never
brought
mind.
a gun.
It's got the shotgun. So
I have a
okay.
gun.
So Cheer Triumph neutral. You are trying to reach the med bay.
Yeah, with that capsule.
I'm gonna give
Is
Skeeter
the
my
med bay
shotgun.
on the way? I think it
Right,
is,
the
isn't
med bay
it?
is over here. So you want to run to the med bay, right, Cheer?
Wait,
Yep.
wait.
So you and Skeeter run here to secure your harassed friend who is dying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we all run that way. Just because it's on the way.
Well, not Oxstep isn't going to go that way, right?
Oxstep is going. Well, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
if
except for
my plan
Oxstep.
is not being followed, then I'm going to stick with everyone else because, like, my primary,
Right.
like,
And to be clear, you
priority is keeping them alive.
you guys take this primary hallway and then go into the med bay, right?
Rather, secondary priority is keeping them alive. Primary is killing intruders. So
That
sticking
sounds-
with them brings a high
Yes.
likelihood of both.
Okay. You guys run in here. You manage to get this person into a pod swiftly, and their bio signs read out clear. But you notice something. The node isn't registering the fact that there's someone new in the pods. In fact, the node isn't sending you any data at all, even though you're right next to the comp mesh.
directly get the information from it?
You're not getting anything from the as far like you might as well not be on the ship. The comm mesh isn't down, but you guys can't connect to it.
Okay, so it's automatically doing its thing, but it's not necessarily doing the most ideal
The
thing.
cryopod is doing its job. The AI is not involved.
I think we need to go speak with Mother. Knock, knock.
And there is, to clarify, a ladder in this room that goes up, just so you're all aware of that.
Oh.
No, we need
So-
to clear the ship before we touch anything regarding Mother. Like, now we need to make sure there's nobody that will countermand us or in any way work against us before we can, like, secure that step.
My
Okay.
apologies. For some reason, I thought there was a ladder in the Mother room.
You guys are having this conversation, right? There is a ladder in the mother room that leads to the bridge.
Yeah. So we go through the Mother room to the bridge.
While you're having this
Yep.
conversation, is anybody watching the hatch?
Which?
I'm watching the hatch.
Roll me a scrutiny.
I'm not watching shit regarding the pods. I don't need to watch that. I need to watch.
If you're watching the hatch that leads down here, like this
Oh.
this ladder. This
Yep.
ladder.
I'm
and the
looking
hatch
in
top.
that direction.
Roll me a scrutiny. Okay. Then you
Why
hear
the
a
fuck?
clinking noise and you blink. Oxstep. You see the
Yep.
metal canister of the flashbang grenade boinking off the wall.
I kick it back down the ladder, or throw it up
Oh.
the ladder, whatever.
Give me a melee to counter flash and bang.
Oh. Oh.
You fucking got it, buddy.
Oh.
Alright. Let's fucking go.
I just checked my clock, and you know what time it is?
What time?
It's murder. Murder clock.
Murder o'clock.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're gonna be
so-
scraping blood out of the walls for weeks.
That's not my job.
All right. So a
I don't get paid to do
flashbang
that.
goes off, and you hear somebody yelp as they're somewhat stunned. Do you guys want to take this opportunity? To
I'm
press-
scrambling right the fuck up. Past,
Okay.
like after it.
Okay. So as you do that, tell me everybody else what you're doing because we're about to hit initiative.
Your triumph's gonna grab a scalpel.
I need a weapon. What room are we in?
In the med
Jesus.
bay.
Is there a spare scalpel?
There's
Yes.
some surgical tools around here. They don't work as like nice weapons.
I take a tray.
All right, unless you have a certain talent.
By the way,
okay?
you did hear that I threw Skeeter my shotgun, right?
Okay, yeah. Skeeter grabs your shotgun, and
Cool.
he says,
Cool.
"Ready to skeet."
That's so embarrassing.
Motherfucker.
Skeeter
And that's his. It's a 3-2, right? It's I have a shotgun in here actually. I'll just check. It's a
hold up.
3-2, yeah.
Peter,
Yeah,
give me
it
that.
is mod 3, 2 damage, range 612, 2 ammo, and special, which I believe is multiple enemies, cone, whatever.
Yeah, you can splash. All right. So Skeeter's got his gun, and Skeeter's like, "Well, shit, Ox is going in," and proceeds to try and follow you up because gonna back up the homie. What's everybody else doing as you two pour up here?
Can't help but feel I'd be better served trying to break into the mother node still.
All right, you run over and you wanna make for the mother node, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, so you come to the door
Can I
and
play
you
back-
find it's electronically sealed against you. What do you want to do? You gonna start hacking it?
This is my fucking ship.
All right, give
Of
me a
course I'm
systems
hacking
test.
it.
Garuli
Actually,
and Cheer.
think I
Where
got
are you
plus
deploying
2
to?
from that.
Where are you deploying
I'll
to?
go with Ven.
You're going. You're going over. You're going over. Yeah. You're up at the door. You're up at the door.
Yeah, I get a plus 2 to that actually. Roll
All right. Yeah.
2d6. Yeah.
Okay.
That's 3 successes on the end, little pig.
Yeah. The door clicks open. Cheer, Triumph, Neutral. Where would you be as the action commences?
Wherever there's climbing to do. So they run.
Up?
They ran down in the hatch, right?
No, so there is a ladder. It goes to a hatch that is above you. You're on the lower of two
Oh,
decks.
yeah. Absolutely. They're following their companion.
Okay, so you climb up and you like get up on the wall.
Mhm.
Okay. Everybody
Can I
roll
broadcast
initiative.
the audio of my previous victims?
Yes, you may.
Fucking combat doll activate.
I forgot this. No, well, we'll take that one.
All right, so
I'm trying to find
top
mine.
left button, the button in the very top left.
Oxstep's got a 12.
Oh, no,
and
but
then...
I need to click on my icon first.
It's okay.
Yeah,
I
and
can also pop
I
you
forgot
in,
to click
so
my token, so
Garuli,
I fix
I'll
it.
get you.
Oh, me too. Oops.
It's all good. I can add manually.
Okay.
And so what should your number be, Cheer?
Uh,
I don't see it in the chat.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, you guys pop up and you take them by surprise. Up here in the entertainment room, you see two people way too short to be stormtroopers in military hard suits.
Amazing.
Meanwhile, you guys see a cute little nuzzle of something leaning over with their underslung shotgun pointed at the door as you hack through. That goes off when you get in. So you also note that they bear an image of like several rippling coral spears on their shoulder patch in a teal and blue formation.
Oh, this is so above my pay grade.
So the shotgun blast totally goes wide and plinks into various valuable electronics around the mother core without hitting Garuli or Ven. That was the one like ready up thing happening. You see a coral spear mercenary. What do you want to do, Ven?
I charge with my fucking surgical tray. Ah, you fucking rodent! Get out of my ship!
Alright, give me a melee attack with a modifier of 1 for an improvised weapon.
I'm gonna reach that.
Oh no! Yeah, you are.
You bonk your
Bonk!
Yes.
It bonks off the military hard suit that he is wearing.
Yeah, it better
God damn it.
bonk.
So that, you got a side action or is that your go?
What can I do on a side action? Shit,
If Garuli is trying to melee, shoving them to the floor might help. If Garuli is trying to
That
shoot...
is exactly what I want to do.
If Garuli is
Oh.
trying to shoot, you might want to push them out of
Really
cover.
has a gun.
Oh,
I
I've
want
got a
to
gun.
push them out of cover.
Alright, contest melee. Run up, you bonk them, you start shoving them.
Fuck yeah. Sucks. God, what happens?
God damn it!
Oh no.
Alright.
Lee?
Really? You get a text
So,
message?
Yeah, you may...
Don't die.
Oh, wait, oh, fuck. Yeah, so you shove, but they shove harder, and you wind up hilariously like, falling on your ass in the process and gaining 1 edge.
No!
Oh my gosh.
It is Garuli's turn. Garuli, you just witnessed that. What do you want to do? There's a
Okay.
There's a mercenary with a pulse rifle with an underslung shotgun behind that table.
All right. So then they're behind cover. Can I move so that I can
Definitely.
get around the cover before I take a shot?
Yeah, you can run around and line up the
Here's-
shot.
Right here.
Okay.
That.
Great. I will do that, and then here we go. Let's see. 3 successes.
They do have an armor.
Yeah. So you succeed, you get a twist, and are you firing? Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're firing the LTL, not really, but I'm assuming you're firing the less than lethal rounds. And you maneuver to get around, right? Like you're kind of
Yes.
like shooting past the cover. All they have is the armor on them, and the ammo of this weapon is such that you're not running out, at risk of running out. You want to twist it, or you're letting that fold, that stand?
Oh, what can I do with the twist again?
Reach.
Sorry. If you get more, it'll probably stump damage. But if you spend 3 or more twists, the gun is out of ammo and you have to reload, and your next turn is a main action. So it's actually a fine place to hold if you want. You're dealing 4 damage.
Okay, yeah, I'll hold then.
They get no armor hits. You plink between the weak parts of the suit. They are tough and wiry rasp, but you have worn your way through. You bet another one like that is going to put them down.
Okay,
You
great.
wall up on them. Your dart rounds find their purchase. Do you have any side actions you want to do? Or is that your turn?
That's my turn.
Hawk step. You're here. You got a shotgun. One of them is a harpoon gun. The other has an auto pistol. The one with the auto pistol is pleasantly clutching their helmet.
Clutching their helmet in front of them, or like
As if they're trying to reach the
On
ears
to
that
their
they can't
head.
touch.
Oh, well, that rash is going to die.
Alright, so you want... Okay, so normally there's like a negative penalty for like, whatever in close range. But actually, I'm going to count this as taking them by surprise. You have a modifier of 3 to the shot. Just point blank, you're contact shotting their chest, basically.
Oh.
I
Wait,
don't have a gun right
you-
now. It is
oh.
my Labris.
Okay, you're going to get the modifier of 3 either way. Just kidding. You're going to ask them a question and it's, you want to die?
Yes.
Alright, Skeeter, who's got
Wait.
I'm gonna put
Yep.
Skeeter just on the tracker, just like after Cheer.
So you said mod of 3?
Yeah, mod of 3.
Glad I had it.
All right.
Oof.
So you ask them a question, hacking into the foe's hard suit as they are stunned from their own flashbang grenade. You manage to still do them up, but not nearly as much as you might have hoped, as the armor has managed to catch the blade. That's your main action. You got anything else you want to do?
I mean, unless I can attack again
Unless you have
or
a certain
throw
talent
them
that
at their
lets
buddy.
you, can't attack again. I will let you make a special push because they're stunned. Give me contested melee with them.
Okay. Contested melee. Oh wow. Okay.
You tangle with them, but you only manage to get them here. You don't manage to spin them all the way around.
Okay.
Damn.
You're triumph neutral.
Not
What do you
spun
do?
right round.
I'm gonna give this guy, this Ras guy with the gun, another moving target to track to distract him.
The one with the harpoon or the one with the auto pistol?
Auto pistol. I'm up.
Okay.
I'm up with Ben, right? Ben and Gurley.
Oh shit! I think you said you wanted to go with. I think you said you wanted to climb up the hatch.
Oh,
My bad.
yes.
No,
Okay,
we,
up the
we
hatch.
Can, we can put you down if you want.
No. Up the hatch was it. Okay, now I understand what's happening. Oh, there was a down or an up to go.
There was a up or a to the right, and you climbed up.
Yeah, they went up. Okay, so yes, either way, not the harpoon, the faster one.
All right.
Just sort of like crawl up, keep going up the ladder and crawl up the ceiling really fast,
All right.
going in a different path from the other two.
All right. And you're crawling up. What do you want to do?
Just kind of be flashy about it, like flashy
Right.
and fast.
Give me a maneuver test. Zoop zoop zoop. Okay, it's a super twist. You'll get one on access
Nice.
the next time you do it. Their eyes dart to you as if they're a cockroach darting for someone's laundry bin. Absolutely horrified. Cheer type neutral. Anything you want to do on your turn? Or is that it? Anything else? This is the main action. Or the super twist. That'd be a side action. If you want to like open fire.
Well, I don't have a gun. I just have a scalpel.
Oh, right. You guys didn't take anything out of the gun locker before you left, I don't think. Your triumph neutral. That's your turn, right?
Yep, just being distracting and in the way.
Peter hops on the chair, points the shotgun down, and says, "Get the fuck out of my ship." And he does get that little contact shot bonus. He puts it right up against their hard suit, and it all splays out harmlessly across the future tech
Oh
solution of
no.
defense. It's a cold day in the locker room. An unknown party acts. And you guys hear a bunch of bolts dropping doof, 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 as a bunch of doors in the area lock down. Meanwhile, the boarders get their turn. This guy, you know, he doesn't like the fact that he's been shot. He doesn't like the fact that he's been slapped, but he finds guns scarier. He's already used his underbarrel. He fires once with his pulse rifle.
Oh no. What the fuck? This guy
Bullets.
sucks.
Bullets fly, and there's like a golden sparking as rains of sparks and electronic bits fall all over Garuli, but not a single fucking bullet hits him. Meanwhile, upstairs,
Goddamn right.
Yeah.
there are some developments as these. You don't know this is happening, of course. But what you do know is happening is... So this guy with the auto pistol was stunned. He loses his main action. He attempts to contest melee to push away Oxstep.
Okay. Good luck, buddy.
He leans into you like, eh.
What?
Oxstep, unless you want to
Fuck
spend
that.
okay, you spend the
I'm not
processing.
taking that.
You guys hear like a clamp as like the arced like wheel powered like put down my Heelys clamp in place spikes deploy, and you just lean forward. And it gets like an inch, and then it's like, oh no, this is the part of the arm wrestling where I lose. And then, just absolutely horrified, he decides to make a break for it anyway, and breaks engagement range. Oxstep, you have to spend a main action from your next turn to up, but you can if you want to.
To up?
Yeah.
I'm sorry? Well, I
Opportunity
mean,
attack.
I would like to move up.
So
Okay, yes,
no,
I would.
What you can do is make the attack. You can't automatically follow him.
Okay.
Do you want
Oh
to?
my god, seriously.
No, you
Yeah,
Okay, roll it. We can ignore that. Roll it as a Labras attack. You're attacking with your Labras.
Oh, that's right.
Dropping
That's
him.
right.
Dropping
There's
with
a...
your Labras.
Boom.
Emergency
Yes!
assembly activated.
Fuck.
Your axe finds their back. One bit boinking, the other getting through. You got into the blood. I like to point something out here, actually. You have cutting, which means you could spend one of those two twists rather than on damage on causing the bleed condition, which would cause them to lose 1 health
I
at the
would
end of
love
each of
to
their
do
turn.
that.
Okay, so they're at 3
I
health,
would love to do that.
but they're losing 1 health at the end of each of their turns. The end of their turn comes against this door, and they go down to 2 anyway. They try and get through the door, and even they are locked down, and they're banging on it. It's Ven's turn.
Oh, yeah.
Ven, what do you want to do, man?
Well, Ven doesn't like exactly where she's at. But she does like the fact that she's right next to someone with a gun who's about clobbering height.
Right?
Can I take that gun by force?
Yeah, okay, so you want to...
No, like a Rast mercenary is super scary until you pick him up.
I mean, they are middle schooler size, but... Okay, so you're on your ass. Do you want to stand up, or you just want to try and, like, entangle them with your limbs and force them to the ground and fight for the gun?
Yeah! I want the gun! I'll
Alright,
fight for the gun!
Give me a melee attack to try and get that disarm, sweet disarm twist.
Alright.
Yeah, no, you pick them up. They're just screaming in doo-wop at you.
That noise!
So, yeah, you manage to hit him. You, like, slap him, and they're like, ow. But you don't get any twists, and you do have a shock result. You drop your plate, but they take 1 damage.
Okay.
You want to stand up as a side action? Or stay down?
Can I push as a side action?
Like, push them away from you? Yes.
Yeah.
Alright,
Alright, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna reach that. Can I potentially? No, bummer. Alright.
You push him away. You skid back as your level 1 shock, like bonk your head into the wall. Garuli, the sight of Ven's cartoonish failure gives you 1 edge as you're like, oh god, we're all gonna die.
Oh no.
Garuli, it's your turn, but the Coral Spearmerk has been totally set up for you by then. You have an extra modifier of 2 for the shot, and if you wanted to aim as a side action, that would give you a modifier of 4 overall.
Oh, hell yeah.
Alright, so you got the perfect shot. Ven's totally teed you up, and you were about to go putting on the green with your 9-iron. Give him the hard
Okay.
drive.
Oh no!
You go, you pull, moment of truth, you pull the trigger. Click. It's jammed. The
That's
edge of
fucked
one of the
up.
darts is stuck in the loading mechanism. The gun
This is
is
illegal.
fucking jammed. You've used your side and main action. You go up one edge. I'd like to point out, that means that you were into the territory of being able to use your edge break if you'd like to.
Edge break!
Oh my gosh, can I? Like, is jammed, right?
It's
What
jammed.
is your edge break?
What's your edge break?
again?
Well, edge break, and well, with investigator, unfortunately, it's dead eye, so it would be.
You know what?
Wait.
You know what?
Hmm.
But sorry, say what you're about to say.
Well, I was thinking, just the sheer frustration. I mean, I might, if it's jammed, I might not be able to shoot it, but I can throw it, and I'm hoping to be able to throw it hard enough. Just with the fear of, is this it? Okay. But the yarn, though. Ven, me, the yarn. Ah!
You activate Deadeye. This dude laughs at you like, haha, and you huck it back and absolutely full twist, major league gun toss, boink them in the helmet. They cartoonishly blop and like skid to the floor, dropping that sweet pulse rifle under barrel shotgun. You're like, oh fuck yeah. And then all of the stress and shock reaches you. Roll me that 7d6.
All right. Oh,
You enter like an absolute comatose state, like rolling around on the floor. We'll get back to you next turn, buddy. Oxstep, you're up top. It's action time. You got a bleeding foe to the north.
Oh,
You've got an unblooded foe who actually, did they take their turn?
that's a good question.
So you look to this person to the south, right? They look around, and they look at you,
Yep.
and they look at your Triumph Neutral, and they're like, well, you know what, actually. And they look like they were trying to shoot, looking around, hey, let's just place. They look like they were about to hit Cheer Triumph Neutral with the harpoon gun. At the last minute, they swivel back to you, putting a negative modifier on the shot.
Okay.
It does not hit as it shoots past you. All right, Oxstep, it's your turn. The harpoon has missed
I
you.
subsequently ignore them, go after the one I was going after before. I'm gonna grab them and then beat his friend to death with his corpse.
oh my gosh.
Give me the axe attack.
Boom.
Dang.
No.
Does he get an armor save?
Yeah, so he does roll armor. He's only rolling 5 of his armor dice due to your 1 AP. None of it comes through. You lethally with an axe hack down, and you break through the military hard suit. A bloody splatter across the floor. Blue rasped blood battered about. They are taking casualties.
Oh,
Nice.
lovely graphic. Yes.
Hell yeah.
So, so Oxstep, that's your main
saving-
action.
Rast13.mp3.
All right. They cry out. "Ah!" So, what do you want to do now, Oxstep?
I'm gonna grab his body and run over to his and move in the direction of his friend.
All right, you're going to beat him down. I'm gonna say that's your turn because technically speaking, I realize I shouldn't have let you attack because of the ops
Yep.
work. But you know, I think the momentum is more important at this point. Session. Cheer Triumph Neutral. You're on the ceiling. Shit's going down. What do you do?
Do I have any enemies left?
There's this one, and also you don't know what's going on the bridge, which seemed to be where that guy was trying to fall back to. Also, that body, they dropped their auto pistol around here if you want to go pick it up.
Yeah, I do.
You scatter over, you climb over the roof, you drop down, you pick up, you have an auto pistol. All right.
And then I'll head toward that door.
All right, this door you peer through, and you see that there are. You have a narrow aperture. You can't see the front of the room, but you see in the parts of the room you see two Coral Spears mercenaries facing your door.
Okay.
That's about what you learn from that.
Yep.
Don't shoot, I'm a doctor. Of murder.
Sorry, I'm not that kind of doctor. I don't give life. Take it.
Take it.
So, you're trying to neutral. Anything else in your turn, or is that good to go?
I'm not quite ready to kick open the door.
All right, Skeeter. Again attempts a shotgun blast, curing patients of breath, one lung at a time. Does manage to score a little bit of a hit. Half of it bounces, but you know they definitely they got some bruises under that. An unknown actor makes an action, and you guys hear an emergency sound coming from one of the docking ports. That's strange. Borders. Okay, so this guy is conked out. This guy is in a bad way. God, this. All right. You guys, this door to your south is slams shut as you hear a sucking sound, and you see two Coral Spears mercenaries flying through the cargo bay towards the exit. That apparently the shuttle has already been fired out of, and various shit goes flying around. In light of that, these two are going to be dashing here. You here at this juncture, here you see two of the mercenaries turn and start shooting in the other direction, towards the front of your ship.
Okay. Oh, so they leave the door that I was standing right in front of?
They don't leave. They remain stood precisely where they are.
Oh.
They just turn and shoot in the other direction.
Shoot at them then.
So the door in front of you is like bolted shut.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's their turn. Ven, it's your go. Ven, you have a companion. He is not doing so great down here. He's a peg on the board right now. What are you gonna do?
Wait, sorry. So, oh yeah, no. Oh, jeez. I run over and I'm like, hey, pull it together, man. All right.
What if
Got
Ghost
it.
Ship is just some ship?
It's not just some shit, man. All right. You were onto something. I didn't believe you, but you had it all right from the get-go, man. You gotta pull it through, and you gotta see it through to the end. Relay your story to the world, man. Come on.
I wish I was
This
there.
isn't over yet.
I would so save.
Give me a communicate test, Ven. Give me a communicate test to snap Garuli out of this. You do it. You
Damn it.
Garuli, you do go up one edge. It is a little sharp of a conversation, but Garuli, you're knocked out of this. You feel like you're always going to have some trauma surrounding the reliability of your weapons, but you push through that for now.
I'm grabbing that gun, by the way.
All right, so then you run over and get that gun. Okay. Then so you have the pulse rifle with shotgun, shotgun.
I make sure
Garuli,
it's all loaded.
it's your turn. Yeah. You know this person did have a sidearm of an auto pistol, and they had a suit slitter on them.
Oh.
I toss you the auto pistol.
Great.
Garuli,
Yeah.
you got the auto pistol. You hear shooting up the hatch. Sounds like somebody's already fighting in the bridge. What do you do?
Let's go.
Let's go.
All right. So you two are just gonna breach, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So here's what you enter into. You pop up behind a guy who is presently shooting at Labella Grandview.
Oh,
is
that's convenient.
in the pilot seat.
That beautiful bastard.
I'm gonna have
I'm gonna
Ven
marry her someday.
downstairs for the moment. Garuli, it's your turn. So Garuli,
Okay.
you're here. You got the auto pistol. This person doesn't see you coming. What do you do?
Can I take a shot?
Modifier of 3 for a point blank stealth attack. Yeah.
Sick. Okay.
Important note: are you firing this? You firing the auto pistol full auto or not?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if he's going after pilot or captain, and captain is like, trying fixated focus, then I'm going full auto and I'm going to reach.
All right. Yeah. Give us that reach.
Okay, here we go.
You're building up that edge. You're building up that edge. You're reaching for it.
That's a lot of successes, but shocks too.
Okay, how do you want... You can split full auto attacks between multiple enemies. Do you want to split this 50-50, or you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Okay. So you said I have 2 targets?
Yeah, 2 targets. You got 5 twists to spread between them.
Okay, I want to focus on the one closest right now.
All right, so
I'm counting on Ven
unloading.
to
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Roll me a resolve test.
resolve. Okay.
You don't run out of ammo, and but you do, fearing that your gun is going to jam, vehemently go for the reloading mechanism and pull it back, and you kind of jam its natural process, and you're worried you might have jammed your gun. You're actually not sure if you have. You're just freaking about whether you might have. You gain 1 edge.
Not again.
Ox step. And I'm assuming you don't have any side actions you want to do. Just pop up, shoot him in the back.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Ox step. You have a body, improvised weapon, modifier 1. Swing it.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
No.
Ooh.
No.
So his body
What?
bounces off of his military art suit.
Can I get another die for broadcasting his dying screams as I attack with his corpse?
It's very ferocious, and they are going to make a resolve test to see if they freak the fuck out.
Okay, cool.
They don't. They're keeping it together, but they say, "I'm a hunter, but this is really in poor taste." Yeah, they mostly just find it, kind of gauche. Oxstep, what do? Your steez has been insulted. I'm guessing that's your main attack, and then you're just gonna...
I will wear your genitals as a necklace.
Alright, they say...
No more screams. Just cold, robotic.
They say, "Oh yeah?
You are going to decorate my body."
Your head looks like a fine helmet. I'll mount you on the wall." And,
Damn, is this flirting?
and
Are they flirting?
it's Tier Triumph Neutral's turn.
Now, you on the wall sounds like flirting to me.
Tier Triumph Neutral, for some reason the door in front of
Excuse
you
you.
has
Sounds
become
strange.
unlocked. What do you want to do?
It's become unlocked?
Yeah.
Excuse me, my cold
Mysterious
metallic
All right,
heart.
yeah, great.
Clearly.
And they're turned in a direction that's not me. So let's step right out into the hall and start blasting.
Alright, use your target.
My cold metallic heart clearly belongs to Garuli.
Yeah, the one on the right.
Alright. Pop that shot. We hope that you do not plug Garuli.
So that's that just what is that, ballistics?
Yeah. Well, I mean, do you have the weapon plugged in?
No.
Okay, it's a mod 1. Just ballistics mod 1 test.
Okay.
I'll check the stats. And is this full auto or not?
No.
Okay. You hit your target. You managed to do 1 damage. There's a little splurt of blue blood, although you're shooting... yeah, no, they had bullets loaded. So, yeah, you splat them. They shake and shimmer a little. They're not having a fun time.
Mm-hmm.
But you, in the process, realize you just walked into a gunfight, and you've been lucky all these times. You're not actually a gunfighter. What the fuck are you doing? You begin to freak out, and you run back into the other room, panting. And you release your fear pheromone. Right now, none of the humans can smell it.
Everyone's in a suit. Yeah.
That's your turn. Skeeter Rex.
Yeah.
Again, goes for the shotgun blast. Again, he chips away at the unassailable hunter here.
Oh.
So, LaBelle Grandview here has the shotgun, right? She's got the shells in the shotgun, and she opens fire inside the bridge, and just kind of, gives it her all. Aiming, shooting, and managing to plaster 2 damage onto the guy who's already almost dead. Who kind of, like, hits the ground in the fetal position, blue blood pooling from him. And the Coral Spear Mercenary says, "What's the matter, Grandview? Didn't like your paycheck?" And Grandview turns the gun towards him. It's the Boarder's turn. This Boarder fires his pulse rifle aimed at Grandview. And that is a hit. She has no meaningful armor against him as the chair is partially blown apart. And her stamina is gone, halfway through the health.
Oh my fucking god.
This door is getting shot at and, like, peeled at. And you can tell that the bolts have been dropped. And there are 2 Coral Spear Mercs outside of it.
This is a huge list.
And this dude drops his weapon, right? Whips out his collapsible spear and attempts to shove it deep into your eye, Oxstep. I would point out, you have a melee weapon out. You can choose to dodge or block that if you'd like.
Oh, am I being attacked?
Yes, someone's trying to spear you.
How dare.
You're in the space future, so of course you're fighting each other with an axe and a spear. So you can side action. You can side action reaction to either block or dodge.
I'm gonna block. So I guess
Alright.
that's
Yeah, just roll your weapons
opposed
attack,
melee?
basically. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no.
You'll reduce one
Well, I
of the
guess he hits me a little bit.
He does hit you. He does deal. Well, roll your armor -2.
Yep.
Axe versus spear. Yeah, what would that be in the Fire Emblem weapon triangle? Yeah, so...
Axe versus spear, I believe the axe wins?
Yeah, I think spear is a good sword. Well, that's
Isn't that a
true
little
to
biased?
life, because you cancel between your block and your armor, you cancel out all damage. It goes boing! It's a funny little extendable one, He's attacking with an Acme spear.
Oh, of course.
Wait.
Then, it's your turn. What do you want to do?
Alright, well, this is a turn of events. But, I guess I still have to kill some people. Sorry, so I should have popped out, I think, into the other room. Do you want to move me there, or should I move myself?
Yeah, so you pop out into the other room.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
And you pop up from under Garuli.
Okay, yep, and I just, I shoot at that, Coral
guy.
Spear Merc.
Yeah, alright.
Yeah.
The attack.
Let's go, baby. I'm gonna roll ballistics. What's the bonus to it usually? +3?
For your pulse rifle, it's modifier 1.
1. Got it.
Okay,
Okay, pretty good at shooting.
It's a super twist, so you could bleed them, or you could dump that all into damage.
I'm gonna bleed them, but what sort of damage is this
It's a base of
gun?
4 damage.
Alright. 4 and bleed.
Alright, yeah, so you blow through most of their stamina, you put bleed on them, and they cry out. Yeah, it's a move, it's an action. You got a side action you want to take, or is that your turn? You want to get in cover?
I turn to Labella and I say, what was that? About a paycheck?
She says, not the time.
I think this is exactly the time.
So she'll respond more on her turn, but what do you do?
That was, yeah, just being dramatic.
Really, what do you want to do?
All right, I want to take a shot at this merc.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering if, because I'm also wondering what was that about a paycheck. So I was wondering if I could save like my side action on Labella's turn and use my in their shoes to see if I can like suss out what they end up saying.
Yeah, you'll delay. I won't even make you spend action economy on that. You'll just do it. Yeah.
Oh, sick. Okay, cool.
You want to shoot? You want to shoot this guy?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. If you want to aim, that would add a modifier 2 as a side action.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Okay.
And you messed with the gun last turn. You had a -1 modifier for base because you're shaking a little. You were messing with the mechanism, trying to be sure it didn't jam. You have a funny relationship with guns now. All right. So you shoot. You manage to hit.
Right. Do you want me to roll again? Because I didn't do the modifier -1 from the...
No, we just don't count the last dice you rolled, basically. And
Oh,
that wasn't
okay.
a hit. So basically, if that had been a hit, we would ignore it. But it's not, so we're fine.
Okay.
You hit him. Yeah. They're a little fucked up. Garuli, that's your shot. You want to move anywhere, or is that your turn?
I'm gonna move up a little bit, but I'll still stand next to Ven.
Hawk step. It's your turn. You're in the beat off battle royale, spear to axe.
I'm gonna use my axe this time and just leave the other corpse in my other hand, like a normal person.
All right, you axe him a question, and he
You lucky punk.
attempts to, I've told him more than twice at this point. He attempts to block with his classical spear. It twings up, and you have a quick clash of spear and axe. You feel it's worth the last processing?
We have so many more to deal with. No.
Alright. So you hold. You're trying
Yeah.
neutral. Action, what do you do?
Can I run back out?
Yeah?
Great, I'll shoot again.
Alright. Give me a shot.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Alright. So yeah, you gun down the coral mech. Blue blood splatters all over the Thren's screen, and their whole body slumps forth.
Well, they just weren't useful, were they? And then dart back to cover after.
Peter's turn. Peter at this point just like pulls out a multi and attempts to bash this guy's head in.
Yeah.
It deals a solid bonk. Labella says, "They made me an offer they thought I couldn't refuse. It was that or die. So, I waited for the right time to double-cross them."
No. It's good enough for me for now.
All
But
right,
we gotta talk.
give me an insight test, Garuli. Modifier 3.
I want to insight that too. I supposedly know her pretty decently.
Okay. And now here is the Tour de France of Grandview. You trust her, Ben, but Garuli, you know that while she's telling you something that's technically true, you think it's more euphemistic and long-term. She didn't sell you out when you were here, when the ship got boarded. This was all according to Keikaku from the moment she saw the yellow crane. She knew what it meant, and she knew... You get the sense that her solemnness and not wanting you to go, but saying that you had to, wasn't, we're following protocol. It's, you've got to go spring the trap.
Okay. Garuli is suspicious, but realizes this might be a yarn in private.
Yeah, Labella says, we'll have time for this later. Right now, we need to lock down the people in that central shaft. He goes for a systems test, and you see the emergency shutters and bolts all closed on the central hallway that has those 2 coral spear mercs in it.
Mm-hmm.
This guy just like tries to fucking spear you. He just tries to collapse and spear you. Roll your armor -2, and choose to dodge or block. Knock step. Sorry.
We're gonna block because, of course, we're gonna block. Why would I dodge when I have a blocking?
Alright, side action for your next turn. Deploying. Cancelled out.
Nice.
Then, it's your turn.
Oh.
You believe her. The door is sealed shut. And,
Alright. Well,
right now, all of the enemies are stuck, but you do see something. On the cargo bay pictures, on the cameras, you can see that the piranha fighter in the cargo bay, the internals of it look warm, like glowing warm, like melting warm, like, oh no, it's about to overheat itself and explode.
fuck.
At point blank, unless it's jettisoned immediately. That's going to take a big chunk. That's going to take the right cargo bay with it.
Okay, I need to fix that. Can I do that remotely? Can I do that from here?
Yeah, give me a systems test. Run through this console and give me a systems test, and you can.
All right, I do it.
forcibly
I run.
eject it. All right. You manage to eject it. You still take Garula. You take 1 edge as you witness her sprinting, not knowing what's happening, and knowing that you can't trust Labella, and starting to wonder who else you can't trust. So there's a 1-3 threat to the ship. As it detonates outside your ship, and the piranha and all of its ammo cooks off outside the ship. The ship has 4 armor. Who wants to roll the armor for it? You're taking 2 damage. You got 4 armor.
She's my baby. I'll do it.
Oh, my baby. Here goes my bounty. Here goes a long time guy.
Fuck.
Alright, so you guys take 2 damage to the hull. You are at 10 of 12 hull points at this time. You see the Outriders are beginning to turn upon you.
Fuck them.
Then,
And the Outriders they rode in on.
is your turn. Or no,
Okay.
that's your turn. Garulu.
Yeah.
Okay, so okay. Honestly, Oxstep. Here's what fucking happens, right? You battle dearly with the Coral Spearmerc, right? You like back up on the table. They're coming at you with the spear. You come up with the axe. This is the final showdown. Contest it. This is spear on axe action. This decides who walks away from this.
Are you kidding me? Fuck it, I'm spending it.
All right, let's go. Okay, finally, they leap past you with a thrust. You swing. It slides into you, and there's a cracking. It hacks out, and he turns and collapses into the hole as blue blood spits around. He says, "You were a worthy quarry." As she chokes on the blood. You've taken 2 damage from your exchange. as his spear
Okay.
is in fact lodged inside of you. But he's fucking dead. The only other coral spear mercs, Labella hits a button. You see them hilariously go woo as they are shunted back out the same airlock you guys came in via a quick trick of the gas, as it were. You have gone to 10-minute rounds, and you guys are presently in, I hate to say it, as we're hitting midnight 30, a space combat.
Oh, snap.
Bella, get out of my seat.
Does gladly. So, you are, so Van, you're here. Baruli, you're also here.
Can may I suggest the rest of the crew go to their cryotubes, and I burn at 15 Gs in the pilot seat, and we escape.
That is a suggestion.
They can't take 15 Gs.
Well,
Not for very long, anyway.
the drones don't really care about the G's.
Oh yeah, they're
Their necks can't
dealing with
break.
drones.
Ooh.
This is perhaps the only time that wouldn't be a decent solution.
So,
Better to luck next time, kiddo.
the mother node comes back online and says, service restored. You're taking damage. So it's, I mean, you can enact whatever plan you want, but here's how it's gonna go. It's gonna go your ship, their ship. Your ship, and then drones. So all of you, in whatever order you'd like. If you want to propose that and run and start doing that, you can. What do you do? You're in the hull, the other three are in the bridge.
What sort of weapons do we have?
You have a dumbwaiter torpedo ejector tube, a mastodon railgun, and an asteroid buster. Technically speaking, if you hit all 3 shots, you could eliminate all threats before they get to act. Additionally, you have 2 mining drones, one of which is presently deployed, and I'm gonna say you could have undone the airplane mode on your way out.
Okay. In which case, I would like to direct it to fly directly at one of the Outriders. Or
Sure. And it has a space melee weapon fired with operate.
oh no, I don't mean for it to survive the exchange. I just wanted to
Right.
plow right through the
Yeah,
thing.
give me an operate. So you don't want to use this laser. You don't want to use this kinetic miner. You just want it to fly right into it. Give me an So you run to the bridge. You get on the console. And that drone attempts evasive maneuvers, and it fails. So drone 1 is down. Outrider 1 is down. Both of them explode in a space engineer's feat to appease the clan gods. There's explosion and shrapnel and fuel and dust. You up. So you're down a drone,
Glorious.
they're down a drone. They got 2 drones left. That's your main action, Oxstep. You can split when you do it between you and your buddies. There's no immediate side action you want to do. Everybody else, what are you doing?
Well, I'm gonna give us a flyby, combat pass.
All right, which one? Outrider 2 or Outrider 3?
Oh, do I have to specify when I do a combat
They're
pass?
not. Yeah, they're not in the same encounter zone. You have to pick an enemy. Yeah.
Fair enough. All right, I'm gonna go with whichever one's closest to us. Actually, no. I'm gonna line up for the railgun. Anybody want to take that?
Well,
Yeah.
you can line up all your weapons. It's just only on one target.
Okay. Yeah.
Which skill is used for gunnery?
The closer
Ballistics.
one.
Ballistics or
Ballistic.
sometimes systems.
Ballistics.
It'll list
Okay.
right here. And if it is either, it'll take ballistics or systems.
All right.
Okay.
Either way, I'm giving us a. I believe. Now, let me make. Now, let me see.
Peter, by the way, runs the reactor
Yeah, that's
and
good.
allocates your 3 power. 1 to thrust, 1 to the asteroid buster, 1 to the mastodon railgun. It says light them up.
All right.
Yeah, so it's a super twin. Okay, so it's a modifier of 4 towards an attack against Outrider
Sick.
number 3.
Yeah.
Does anyone have a better than a 6 in ballistics or
No,
systems?
not at all.
In total, with alacrity and ballistics, I would have a
Use
7.
the thing, Oxstep. You used a main action. Did you-
Majestic.
You used a main
Yes, I
action to
did.
do the raid,
I'm just-
Graham.
curious going forward. Like, yeah.
So who's acting next? Who's acting next?
I'll take the rail gun.
All right, so
Oh, yeah.
you run out, Garuli, you hop on the railgun, you get in the turret, you aim it. You have a modifier of 4 on top of the modifier of 0 that the Mastodon railgun inherently has. Make me that attack.
Let's go.
You blow it to pieces as the Outrider drone explodes in front of you. All right. The only main action left to shoot amongst the party is cheer, triumph, neutral. Cheer, triumph, neutral. Are you going to shoot or are you going to do something else?
I'm gonna stand by.
All right. A single Outrider drone turns about, and it seems like it turns with a new crack precision in its motion, as if though someone was assuming direct control. There's not a swarm motion from an AI anymore. And it comes in for a pass, taking an aimed shot at your bridge. Raspy Burger, thank you for following the lead. So, roll me, actually, wait a minute, that's halves armor. Roll me 2d6 for your armor.
Okay. Do I get to evade or?
Oh, do you want to pivot?
Yeah, I think I
Reaction pivot. Give me that
All right.
pilot modifier of 1
Yes.
because of power to thrust from Skier.
Yes, and actually, I believe. Hold on 1 second. I gain 3 evasion. Just in general.
I believe you
So,
do. I believe you always have
5d6
3 evasion on your ship. So that's 2. That's 5d6 for your armor.
All right, so that's gonna be roll 5d6. One of them makes it.
All right. So they deal only 2 damage to your ship, bumping you down to 8. Hull remaining. The bridge has been struck.
Not early.
Or no, do you pivot?
Yeah.
All right.
So is that a d6 to decide where it goes?
Yeah. If you successfully do the roll.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Sorry, I forgot about that. The important part.
Okay, yeah, you do. You pivot, and the blow. You can twist to reduce one of those hits into a fracture.
Excellent. I also
Unfortunately-
automatically gain 2 twists, apparently. When I take the pivot action, I
Oh.
can choose twice, because I'm a crack
Sick.
pilot.
That's important to know because you were about to trigger a reactor crisis.
Cool.
So you have 2 fractures, as Skier says. Can't afford these hits back here. We're gonna pop apart like an overripe rat mouth egg.
It's a 2. What's a 2?
Oh, okay. You instead get hit in the comp mesh. Other units.
Sorry, Mom.
Node 4000 Saint fractured. Yeah. So
It's me. I'm the mommy now.
it's made a single pass at you.
That's terrifying.
All of the other enemies, the piranha, both of the drones dead. It is your ship. Your ship has their go. And you start to get a hailing frequency, right? And you see sort of like a 3D, like a 2D, 3D image, like flickering on the screen of a silhouette of a man in an officer's cap saying, "The Empire denies you our fastness. Turn and run, you cowardly xenophiles. Your appreciation for other people's culture has made you." And roll me insight, anybody who's listening to this.
All right.
You know,
Okay.
their heads moving around and stuff, but it's a little limited.
Amazing.
Whatever. I'm waving my probe in the camera.
Garuli, you're too busy freaking out about the fact that this is some sort of... I mean, those drones had Human Empire livery, although you just fight Rast. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Ven. So Ven, it occurs to you that when the face is moving... Cheer, you also notice this. When the face is moving, there's something unhuman-like. And Cheer, you know that when you move, you have antenna and you're mindful of them.
Mhm.
And so is this person, but they don't have... Oh, wait a minute. That's actually like a VTuber rig. That's not a human. That's just a Rast with a VTuber rig. That's their Human Empire sonar they're projecting.
They're definitely projecting.
Yeah, so that's y'all's turn, and they say, they also throw in sponsored by Fenrir Core.
Very, very authentic.
Yeah, so the Yellow Crane. What do you do? All right, no, you're not in the Yellow Crane. The Yellow Crane is drifting. The Outrider. So it's your ship. There's a single Outrider. If you guys get 2 main actions of the reactor, you can do an emergency rip of the wormhole and just get the fuck out of here. Or you could try and kill the Outrider and then leave.
Kill.
All right, Ven, I believe you used a main action reaction for pivot, or was that a side action reaction?
Which would it have been? I don't know. I think it was.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. Does anybody want to shoot? No question.
I would love to shoot. They're
Alright.
entirely too alive.
What gun are you firing?
I'm gonna use the Asteroid Buster.
Alright, that's a modifier
since
3 overall.
really-
Thanks for the power.
Yo.
Shoot a metal ball full of other metal balls, it explodes and they explode. Do a dead center on the Outrider, which it does have a cracked pilot in it, remoting into it. They get 3 evasion, they roll 3d6, and they do manage to take out 1 of the damage, but you only need 1 damage to kill an Outrider any turn. So it explodes with the ball scene even as it tries to fly away, and your ship bursts out, ripping a wormhole. You guys make an emergency jump to another part of the system, and as the space dust settles, all look around inside the ship.
We still have to recollect the dudes that we jettisoned in space.
Oh yeah, so you guys gather the jettisoned dudes and then make your jump because you've destroyed all immediate threats.
Okay.
Yeah, a couple
I'm-
of us have some questions for them when they recover.
Recover?
And I have some questions.
Oh, honey. You think they're gonna survive being unconscious on this ship?
You have to be patient.
So, yeah.
The yarn.
I'm sorry. The one that we intentionally recovered,
Yes.
not the ones we pasted. Okay.
Labella, turns to you all, says, "I think it's clear that we can't continue the mission at this point. Gotta leave. If we go to we can't go to Carva 5 either. Carvon 5 won't be safe. They don't have more than a few asteroid busters for defense. We can't bring down whatever that was on them. Got to get to safe Trinity space."
I know a spot.
Yeah, there's clearly a human empire warship or like electronic warfare ship over there. We need to get somewhere.
Human Empire entirely, but there's definitely something weird afoot here. And I agree, we gotta get the hell out.
All right.
No, we gotta get somewhere where we can attach ourselves to the mission to eradicate them.
So,
The
Garuli,
next civilized port.
you're looking at the bodies and you're thinking about everything that's happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you turn over this Rast's like helmet, right?
Yeah.
And you look at them, the eyes, and there's something about the irises and the fur that puts you off. What is it? What is it? You'd guess that this was a young Rast, but some of the facial features are a little more middle-aged. Almost like rapid onset aging from overlong cryosleep. That doesn't check out. But you notice something. The Coral Spears. They're a Rojance mercenary company, known as the Deniable Ops of Homeship Rojanch. And you found a Homeship Rojishi doctor and technology aboard the Yellow Crane. A homeship founded by exiles from Rojanch.
So it sounds like these mercenaries were supposed to get rid of this this, and I guess I'll gesture towards the one that we recovered, the Rast that we had saved.
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess flavor-wise, I do have a talent of ear to the ground. You've got a knack for reverse engineering the relevant parties to any given incident.
Yeah.
And I'm picturing, like, as this is kind of floating around in my head, and as the connections are being made apparent, Garuli says, the one you saved. Can we talk to them? Maybe they can give us some answers, because it seems like the ones that attacked us wanted to keep something under wraps here.
Yeah, Labella looks at you and says, Garuli, you're getting close to something that, if you touch, the fire will never leave you.
Labella. We need to deal with you.
And she says, deal with me? I just saved your life. You think you were going to kill those 4 who I ejected? What about the piranha?
You were gonna let us die.
I wasn't going to let you die. I did everything I could. It was a complicated situation.
Did you know about the bomb?
And she kind of, hesitates and says, I didn't know what was waiting for you on the Yellow Crane.
Did you have an idea of what you might not have known, but a suspicion is sufficient?
Says, she looks between you, and she says, well, something was off.
You believed me. You made fun of me. But you knew. You had an idea.
I had an idea. Maybe that something was going to go wrong on this trip. And maybe the moment
Fellow
something
crew,
went wrong
I
on this
vote
trip...
mutiny.
The moment something went wrong on this trip, I was supposed to leave. I'm the protocol officer. I thought that at BLASTLINE 2, the explosion was going to go wrong. We were all going to be fine, and I was going to call off the mission to BLASTLINE 3.
Are you familiar with Arthur Conan Doyle?
Can't say I am.
Ah, well, he had a short story, A Study in Crimson. Seems relevant.
So, you guys are on the bridge, and what are you gonna do here? Amidst the corpses of the Rast, and, Labella, and the guy to revive. Do you intend to, overpower her?
If I might chime in, Garuli would, I'd say, in all of his yarn makings, he'd always seen a connection between Ven and Labella, and so Garuli would, just thinking about that, would kind of quell what he's feeling and just say, Ven, what do you think?
Well, I think she's right that we gotta go. But I don't think that she's right for the way that she treated us. She could have come to us about this. This was a lie. This was a breach of trust. I say we get out and we report her to the authorities.
Hugh says, damn right. After things went a little sideways on BLASTLINE 1, I gave a firmware upgrade to our drones. Ah, Labella says, I take it that's why you were having camera malfunctions? Peter says, damn right it was. And, yeah, I mean...
Confirmed.
You guys, I mean, you leave Labella of duty, and she does not resist. You have one last person to talk to. The doctor.
Hmm?
You manage to nurse them back to health and awaken them. They pop out in the cryo bed, and after a lot of coffee and spluttering, look around and say, "The others. Who? Humans? Who are you with? Oh, it's Thren and Mirai here. You must be Sister Species Coalition."
We want to know who you are and what you're doing here.
Did you say Sister Species Coalition?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Well,
What year do you think it is in human terms? Because I don't remember the various Rast timelines.
Yeah. And he says, well, the last time we were up, well, the second to last time we were up, we just got news of Mars's surrender. We were trying to get repairs for a bad fight. But then the last time I woke up was the mutiny.
The mutiny. Tell us more.
The rebels had divided loyalties. I knew I was in a dangerous situation. I tried to play my hand the best I could to keep things under control. As the liaison, I was supposed to cultivate our asset. But there were weeds in the garden. Weeds. Names like ideology. Well, it ended poorly. The Loyalists won, but there was too much damage to the ship. We resolved to send a pulse and try and get a signal. We were aware of a Fenrir Corps base that we had operated out of before. It's in the system. Where I'm assuming you found me. Carvon? Anyway, we were pulsing our IFF with the right codes, and we should have been brought in by auto-docking. But that's the last that I remember. And I guess briefly waking up in pain. I can't really remember that, though.
You've been under for a long time.
It's simple, Labella says. Rojanch knew about the Fenrir Corps base as well. They made their way there and dropped off the coral spears. The coral spears were supposed to sabotage any expansion attempts and make it look like the human empire remnants did it. Keep the frontier divided, stoke fear. They've been lying in wait since they completed their job on the Yellow Crane. Damn it! I knew they weren't really about the free frontier, those fucks. They're probably getting paid. Should have told me. Doubled it.
Should have told us. We'd have told you to double it.
The guy's like, well,
I mean,
with all due respect, I don't know how many of you were born at the time.
This does sound like an archaic job that we stumbled in on.
I digress. I'm sure that Homeship Rojishi will provide copious ransom for whatever organization it is you represent, and enjoy the goodwill of my safe return.
That's kind of promising.
Labella says,
I do like the sound of ransom.
Labella says, there's a reason that they tried to execute him in that cryopod. You get associated with saving him, Rojanch will hunt you. And the doctor says, well, thankfully there's a good place called Homeship Rojishi. Lots of amenities. Latest biotechnology, I'm sure still.
I mean, we weren't aware pretty clearly. There's no way to actually hold us responsible for an act we were unaware of. Like, we were responding to a distress signal.
I still say we go to the Trinity with this.
And he's like, the who?
The Trinity is a much more reasonable power than the others exist
Yeah.
in
So the
space.
Sister Species Coalition evolved into something and incorporated humans. It's called the Trinity now.
Humanity has been transitioned.
Ah, wow.
Yes.
That sounds awfully considerable. Congratulations to them. I'm glad they found it out. But
Right.
listen, I'm a citizen of Homeship Rojishi. I'm sure the Trinity enjoys having good relations with them.
You guessed it, on the money.
So I would appreciate. I understand that we might not know where the home ship is right now, but the speediest return that could be arranged. I'm sure there'll be lots of Raidu in it for you.
Where's
You
gonna
do take
speed you
Raidus,
away?
right?
We'll talk about that on the trip.
So, Garuli, with all the pieces, you have a mental reconstruction of the yellow crane.
Mm-hmm.
It was a rebel ship funded in part by the Captain's Club, a quote-unquote informal alliance of Rast powers. They were against the human empire's expansion. However, not all of them saw eye to eye on how to move forward. And they were taking funds and representatives from different organizations. That's why the Yellow Crane wasn't officially associated with any of the larger groups that got folded under the Sister Species Coalition, so there was no proper record of it, and also why there were hackers around to clear any reference to most of its appearances. The reason that it didn't get found is someone did find it, and they left it there intentionally, hold as bait. They kept this guy alive for decades just to shoot him right before you found him, because they wanted him to die as he would be saved as he got exploded. Because he was meant to be the live bait.
Mm-hmm.
Ghost ship.
So the Coral Hunters deliberately found and kept the Yellow Crane as their bait, and deployed it when you guys entered the system.
As I said, it's an archaic job.
So yeah, they've been.
And as I said, a trap.
This shit's been planned for 60, 70 years. You just sprung an ancient trap, and you came out on top.
Mm-hmm.
As for the home ship politics behind it, well, Rojanch will probably want to deny that they had anything to do with the actions of the Coral Spears Mercenary Company. And as for all the Human Empire livery, well, who knows? People find surplus things all the time. But you think that this goes a little deeper. Why was that Fenrir core base in particular worth defending, and why didn't they take any action against the mines being planted all around it? Why wait for your ship? And what was the plan after you'd been scared off? You see your tendrils expand out into a web of galactic politics, of commercial agreements, of trade lanes, and of stellar dominance, of the cold math of Mother calculating which systems are the best future prospects and where outside auxiliary deals must become acceptable if the frontier is to sustain. The failure of the Carvon system project would have spelled a key setback, which, alongside others, would have pushed the frontier towards reliance on Rast homeship trade. And kept it a more morally flexible, lawless place for hunters and others who wait in the void, seeking their prey, making the field theirs and preparing more traps. You feel you've darkened the eye of a hunter in the void, but they still hunt on, laying their nets and sharpening their spears. Meanwhile, your free merchant crew is fully compensated, and Labella Grandview stands trial He confesses and gets 15 years hard therapy. So,
I love the Trinity.
welcome to the Trinity legal system. Yeah, she's not allowed to be in charge of spaceships anymore. That's for sure. The government definitely knows where she is at all the times. And yeah, with that, your crew has something made a name of themselves. You're the people who found the ghost of Carvon. And as Carvon slowly grows a tight-knit core of spacer community, people tell stories of how Oxstep 17 axed apart wave after wave of ruthless coral spears. How Garuli tossed his very jammed gun into the head of his foes. Ben's daredevil piloting that brought them success. And how Cheer Triumph Neutral's quick actions saved the Doctor was the linchpin to uncovering it all in the nick of time. Many more stories await amidst the changed stars. But as the hour earliens and we turn into the 1 a.m., I now bring us to our time-honored tradition of feedback phase. Favorite, least favorite, what you want to see more of, and then we are popping this raid. Dreamers, thank you for joining us. Tales from the gas station. We've had Tale from the space gas station. Actually, it's this Life is of Life on this.
On lollygaggers too.
Yeah. Cheer, Triumph, Neutral. Yeah, Sparrow, do you want to hit us with it first? Just anything, skip anything that doesn't have a standout.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think my favorite moment, and this is a little selfish, is I just love the pulling something unlikely down in front of you for cover before an explosion. So the fact that I got to pull down a tripod and like hide behind it, and it didn't completely cure the chaos. It was just a mitigation. I love that. I'd really like to see this group in a campaign with those same characters. Like I feel like if we'd had a little more time, that weekend space with the murder board would have been interesting.
Oh my god, that would have been so
Yeah,
fun.
I think also that the pacing of this session maybe underserved the opportunities of this group to shine, but yeah, absolutely. I love all of these players who I'm sure will play again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I'll be playing Cheer Triumph Neutral again.
Anything else?
No, that's good.
Okay, Adelaide, hit me with it. I've had my Gatorade. I've had the Haterade. Hit me with the Adelaide. Got a sleep night?
I am so happy. We had the ghost ship. I got to, I don't know, be a weird little conspiracy theorist and be right. Amazing. And as always, painting the walls with the interiors of my opponents is lovely. Cool space stuff. You had like fun mix of footwork, maneuvering, spaceships. Yeah. Didn't even blink when I decided to throw away a drone. Good shit.
Absolutely. So, anything else?
I don't have anything that hasn't been said. This was a huge blast. Honestly, just very fun, very cool vibe. Everything was just marvelous.
All right, with that, Matt, hit me with it.
Yeah, I mean, as always, your casting's on point. It was so much fun to play with all y'all. It was such a blast, and to be able to like get on board with the conspiracy theory immediately, and it becomes like our we have our crew, like we have our like Labella, but it's like still us, right? It's like we have our insulated thing where it's like, yeah, we're gonna work together. I mean, she's here, but we're gonna make sure that our conspiracy thing remains our thing, and then it pans out, and so that was delightful.
Hell yeah.
Hard agree.
Yeah.
Super solid.
It was a delightful delightful levels to the conspiracy alongside crew dynamic. Yeah, I think that was lovely. And before we go, Matt, could you share with the good people where we can find you across the net in all of your wonderful endeavors?
Yeah, absolutely. On all the social medias and on YouTube and Twitch as Improv and D&D. Thank you so much.
Improv and D&D, folks. It is wonderful. And he's got some cool videos. If you like those videos about roleplay, he's got them on the YouTubes. He's got his own streams he does. Fun. Check him out. I am pumping the raid. We're going to go say hi to Legendary Action Official. Fair
Woohoo!
Lee. Well.
Bye, friends.
Ta-ta!
Right now. Boom. I'm hitting right now. Okay. Woo! I'm hitting end stream.